us. It was a single
but that is just a completely different. And like they might not buy their food locally in the local town if they're going up to the cabin for the weekend or whatever. They might not do that, or not just for the weekend, but even if it's like a vacation, like a once a year thing kind of thing. Like they're not gonna buy the food in the town. They're probably gonna already have everything Amazon delivered and prepackaged, that they took with them, stuff like that. So yeah, it is a completely different scenario.
I don't remember ever seeing them, but apparently in the 80s and 90s, there was public service commercials reminding parents to keep an eye on their children that were out running around in the neighborhood.
That's a good point.
Oh, yeah.
Even
It's
the fact that one
where
TV
your kids are?
and people watching it as a unit, right? You'd watch whatever, right? The show with the whole family. Now you have people and they're all in different rooms watching all different things, doing all different,
Yeah, that's true too.
That's long gone. When a TV program was an event, if you missed it, you were screwed, and your family would sit down, you'd watch it together, and in those moments after you'd watched it, you'd actually discuss it with each other.
Yeah, exactly. And there was more of a communal vibe because when you're watching it with someone else, like there's a different energy, like it's more of a group mind and you're kind of it is different when you're perhaps like solo. But I was going to say, yeah, they basically just transitioned from the Tell Live Vision to the Tell Live phone. They basically just transitioned.
Tell Live, yeah.
Tell Live Vision, and then now from the Tell, because it used to be TV based in the 80s, 90s. That's where you got all your propaganda. Now it's pretty much all through the phone.
This one guy that won, I don't know, it was like a Grammy or some crap. One of these movie producers, he was saying to all the other producers, make sure you don't put your movies out to anywhere but a theater, because he was saying he didn't want like the whole theater thing to get lost, because he used to remember going to see a movie with his mother, which is kind of like, if all that goes away, that's kind of a bummer too, right? That kind of thing.
Sure.
I always thought going to the movies was kind of fun with family, Nobody does it anymore.
No.
Kind of interesting.
It's a lot more rare. Yeah, it's a lot more rare to go to a movie, it seems.
The movies aren't good enough to go see.
Yeah, we were so poor that my mom brought her big purse to the movie theater so she could sneak popcorn in. Yeah.
My mom like snuck in. I think there's like, anyways, I kind of remember something. There's like a certain type of like candy my mom liked or something. I think she did not like fully sneaked it, but because you're not supposed to bring anything. But
you sneaking all the shit. You don't want to buy sodas for freaking $2 when they were 25 cents in the machine outside or something.
I feel like, do you guys remember what those like burnt peanuts were? We used to call them burnt peanuts, but there was a peanut. It was surrounded by like kind of like a red, spiky looking
Boston baked bean.
Yeah. Anyways, I have some feeling because when Napalm said his mom's popcorn, I just like in my mind, I'm like, wait, did my mom ever? And like, if anything, I think my mom might have brought a bag of those in. She's like, oh, I want to eat these instead of what they got here.
My thing was Junior Mints. When I go with my parents, I wanted Junior Mints.
Junior Mints and Juji fruits. Yeah, we would always go to the dollar show, which was like after the movie had been out for X amount of months, it would go to the discount theater. Yeah.
I hated jujubes. I hated freaking gumdrop type shit. I hated those stupid
Bear, back away from your mic. Bear, back away from your mic. 1 foot.
I'm old.
Dots. You didn't like dots?
I'm old enough to remember a time when you went to the cinema when I was a kid, and after all the adverts, they go, patrons are reminded that the left-hand side of the cinema is a no smoking area.
How about the drive-through? Who remembers the drive-through or the drive-in?
Drive-in,
yeah.
Dude, they used to allow smoking on planes, and there was just one row that was smoking and one that wasn't. So if you got the row that was behind the one that wasn't.
Yeah, passive smoking wasn't the thing then, was it?
Yeah.
That's like a primitive version of our world today, isn't it? Like to think about that, just like half the rows, people are just ripping cigarettes. I mean, it's gonna blow the whole place out with smoke. There's no way that not everyone in that airplane was just smoking cigarettes the whole time there on the flight.
You can't have drive-ins in England, but I would fucking love that. That's the best. But
You gotta have your private plane for that. If you want to smoke in a, it's gonna have to be either chartered or private.
I mean,
if you want to smoke in an airplane today, otherwise, it's pretty. They like arrest you and stuff.
If you see people driving along smoking with kids in the car, people look at them like the Antichrist nowadays. And does anybody else remember laying on the rear parcel shelf as a car was going along on long trips, just laying on that shelf, gazing up at the window? In the days when no one gave a shit where the kids were, whether they're strapped in or not, they could be in the middle seat, they could be anywhere.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God, we were moving once. We were moving once, and I was in the back of the Ryder truck with my stepbrother. My dad went under a bridge that was too low, ripped the whole roof of the Ryder truck off while I was in the back. It was crazy.
Oh wow,
Dude.
that's terrible. We used to ride in the back in those. You remember the fold-up seats in the like country
There, I need you to
Squires?
back away from your mic 6 to 12 inches,
Alright.
please.
In the station wagon, yeah, they had a back
Yeah.
seat that would pop up,
Fold up.
ride backwards.
Yep, I remember that.
I took a whole road trip in my friend's parents' pickup truck, riding in the bed of the pickup truck, 3.5 hours on the highway, towing a pop-up trailer behind us. It was a single cab pickup truck, so it's not like we could have gotten in the front if we wanted to. 3.5 hours each way for this camping trip, riding in the back of the truck.
Is there a sliding window so you could talk to them in the cab?
Yeah.
No, you were lucky. At least you didn't have to yell at around, like knock on the window. Hey.
That does sound like quite a journey.
Have you seen the graph at how few people smoke nowadays, though? Like it's like, I believe it was like 5% of like people under 20 smoke now. I was surprised at that number.
Yeah.
I can't find
the
chart.
tobacco has gotten so toxic. Like it's so much worse now even than it was. But because like you used to be able to get like Lucky Strikes and stuff in the 70s that were at least like somewhat decent tobacco, but whatnot. But like, you think a lot of people moved away from it just like intuitively because they're just so toxic now, and it's like so hard to get clean tobacco.
Yeah, the clean tobacco is super expensive. Like if you want to smoke like American Spirits or something like that, it's really expensive. And does that poll take into account people that vape now? Because a lot of people vape, which is, I don't know, probably just as bad for you.
No, it didn't actually. That's a good point.
No, but it does seem like less. I know what you mean. Like it is, to me, it does seem like it's less common to see people just ripping a cigarette in a car, kind of like Pazza said, than it was like in the 90s.
Oh yeah, 100%. Growing up, you had like every house had ashtrays in it because you would just allow your guests to smoke in your house, even if you didn't smoke.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
Well, if you go on eBay, you can buy McDonald's ashtrays,
It's weird too with the propaganda because like the powers that be, like they have engineered tobacco to be it's part of their controlled death matrix is what I call it. It's part of the way they control the death of people. So they've continually been refining the toxicity of tobacco in addition to like the social programming of whether it's legit, whether it's okay or not to smoke, basically just through all the programming in that way to kind of like, it's almost like this perfectly, well, maybe for them, I guess, perfectly balanced thing where it's like, they're kind of like still poisoning the people they need to, but then not killing everyone kind of by like a balance of keeping the propaganda. Cause it is kind of more of like against the grain almost to smoke now. Whereas back in the 70s, 80s, 90s, it was like with the grain, it was like pushed pretty much.
600 different ingredients used in the process of making cigarettes.
But there was that brief time in America when they sold
600 in one.
Yeah.
They used to sell cool smoking cigarettes with asbestos in the filter.
In one cigarette, there would be 600 in just one, or 600 total that they use in different ones.
Throughout the process of making it, yeah. From growing to the cutting to the manufacture of the cigarette itself to the ingredients used in it.
Wow.
Yeah, my brother's currently growing some, so I'm curious to see what that's like because I can't even imagine how it's going to dry out. Like, I want to see what it's going to be like. Do you know what I mean?
Am I crazy or should there only be 2 ingredients in a cigarette? The paper and the tobacco.
Right. Of course. Yeah.
I don't know, man. I like
Or a
my
filter,
chemicals.
I guess, if you want one, but like out of like coconut shells or something, maybe. But it's not really a need for a filter if you want to.
Sounds like an
We're taking
American
the point.
cigarette, dude. Those are horrible cigarettes.
The
I
hemp
wanna-
papers. That's where it's at. The hemp papers.
I want to try that. I want to try the beetle nut. I don't know if you guys have heard of that. It's like
What is that?
Southeast Asia. It's like this. It's like this nut that comes off a tree or something rather.
Well, Dicelo, it's off the Areca palm.
Or what?
Yeah, it's a little bit of a
Areca
stimulant.
palm. It's
Oh,
almost
it's off
all
a palm.
nicotine.
I have a ton of Areca palms if you need some of these nuts, Dicelo.
Hey.
Just smoke pipe tobacco. Like, why would you use paper when you could just use a wooden pipe? So much easier.
I tried the wooden pipe thing. I don't know. It just wasn't for me. I don't know.
It also just looked cooler.
Yeah, I thought it'd be cool, but it's just not for me. I don't know.
Well, if you're gonna do that, you got to light it with like hemp wick instead of a butane
lighter. Yeah.
Yeah, a little hemp wick.
What is this beetle nut supposed to do, Dicelo?
I got hemp wick everywhere. It's all my survival stuff. You're ready. You're ready to go up in flames, dude. But yeah, tell him, Bread.
It's just like nicotine. It's like dip, like doing chew. But what they do is on the islands, they take like a crushed seashell powder, and they like massage it in their mouths and like roll it around their lips and shit, and they spit this red shit out all day because they're bleeding. But yeah, you get like mouth cancer after a while.
No, the red stuff comes directly from the nut itself, and they take it with like some sort of like lime extract and something else because it's
Yeah,
I guess
it's
it's kind of got like
seashells. It's like diatomaceous earth or something.
I haven't seen that. Like I saw them, it was like it looked like a stem of some kind of plant that they were dipping in some pasty looking shit, and I don't know. But anyways, that was just to kind of like it sounded like to take the edge off because it's kind of a harsh taste. But you chew it up for, I don't know, maybe like a minute or two and spit a couple times. And I guess it just fucking hits you really hard for like quite some time. Just gives you a nice blast of nicotine. I don't know.
I'd rather chew those straight real cocoa leaves like down in Central America.
Well, that's a true medicine. This beetle nut one thing is a plant, and it is like a stimulant. It's been used for a long time. Although the different methods of using it, but the coca leaf is like a true medicine. Yeah, that's like of a highest octave. Like it's up there with cannabis and others as well. Like I'm just talking about. I'm not saying it's the same as cannabis, but just in the higher octaves of what it can do in terms of coca. Whereas beetle nut, yeah, I don't know how much of a spiritual relation beetle nut has compared to coca. Like coca has a whole spiritual plant medicine component to it.
Gio says he's got medicine bricks.
You can pretty much just like get yeah, I mean they don't really like regulate coca leaf that much. Like you can buy like coca leaf tea or whatever, or just coca leaf in general. These days they don't really regulate for it very much. They only do if you have like massive amounts of it, but just the leaf, like they don't even care. It seems like in terms of the like a little bit of coca leaf, like you can't really make any cocaine from it, and it's like Schedule 2 now, I guess, or whatever it is, like a Schedule 2. So it just seems like it's not really regulated for. When I came back from South America into the U.S., I had like 3 boxes of coca tea. They even opened my bag, looked at everything, and just sent me on my way. So and it literally said "Mate de coca tea" right on it.
How many years ago was that?
1999.
I think,
how close, Gio? How close was I?
Away with that.
Well, that was it was in like 2005.
I'm surprised you got away with that. you know.
No, that's what I'm saying. They don't care, and we were even told that they don't care. So that's the thing.
I heard that stuff's way better than coffee. Yeah, like coffee ain't got nothing on that. Waiting for Bear to fucking fall out of his fucking chair.
I was watching the show where they were chewing that beetle nut stuff, and like the guy that was down there with them, it's this guy. He's a
Bear,
badass.
back up 3 more inches. 3 more inches, bro.
No, you know what it is, dude? No, the volume is really loud and it's like clipping. So like if you somehow like fix the gain levels or something and like the clipping and turn the volume down, because if you have a generally louder voice, that's fine. But if you just get your mic setting, you could probably go real loud, but it would be like it would not because if you speak a little bit more with more projection and you have it's really loud and it's clipping, it is pretty explosive to the ears.
He said it sounds like your head's stuck in a coffee can, bro.
What's the stuff they chew in the Philippines? Isn't that the red stuff you guys are talking about?
Probably the same stuff.
Probably. Yeah, the one I saw was over in Papua New Guinea, which is actually in Asia. It's like Southeast Asia or something. But it's like a very common thing.
There was a lot of stuff I wanted to figure out all that. I don't even think I can remember any of it.
What were you talking about, Jeremy?
You're welcome.
You missed out on a lot of
There's just
points.
a lot
You
of
told us
stuff I
about
wanted to.
how you're riding in the back of pickup trucks or something, and you got the lid ripped off. I don't know. There wasn't really much said since then, really.
Oh, the propaganda thing. Now they're pumping us. See, they used to just pump us together with propaganda all at once. Now they're target propagandizing us with, you know what I'm saying? The kids in there watching kid shit. The adults are in there watching adult shit. You know what I'm saying? So they're
Another advantage of the internet: targeted propaganda.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. It went from the television to the telephone because now we're all on our individual phones instead of just the TV that would have whatever on it that we might sit and watch for. When I was a kid, I watched some TV, but like it wasn't a thing that I really sat and did that much. I mean, I played video games too at times, but it wasn't really excessive. And we balanced it equally with going outside and playing and doing all kinds of stuff outside too.
The thing Napalm said, we were outside a lot. The thing Napalm said earlier, they used to have a commercial like, yo, it's 9 p.m. or whatever, you know where your kids are? Like the adults were just sitting there getting propagandized by the TV while the kids were out running amok.
Yeah,
like,
that's
hey,
so
guys,
true.
You have kids, remember?
I was just watching this little podcast where a black dude's talking to a white guy, and they were discussing what ads come on, what commercials come on, and I never even thought about it. But the black dude said in the hood, all they see is commercials of white dudes with black women, and the white guy goes, "Yeah, but all our ads is a black dude with the white girl." So they were both like informing each other, oh, we're both getting propagandized too.
Would you say you got jungle fever? Is that even okay to say these days? Is that still a word, a term people use?
Spike Lee?
I don't hear that Steve Miller song on the radio as much anymore.
A Midnight Toker?
Jungle Love.
Oh yeah, that's a good song too, dude. I loved Steve Miller when I was a kid, when I was young. That was great.
Oh yeah, Steve Miller's greatest hits, fantastic.
Yeah, exactly, dude. That's probably the same one I had, dude. The one with the blue, the cup with like blue with the whole horse, the whole the greatest hits or whatever. Yeah, exactly, dude. Oh, that one is so good, dude. That was like epic. I mean, I have to think how old I was, but like, yeah, that is amazing. We had music like that. Like,
I think I have that on vinyl. I can check real quick. That's the exact album.
Yeah, that whole album is so good. Like, it's just pretty much every song on it. It really is a greatest hits. But yeah, Steve Miller is good.
What's Vinyl Dad?
What's what?
So it's making a joke. What's Vinyl Dad? One of my sons asked me that once. What's Vinyl Dad?
Here, I'll show you.
Oh.
Let's get out the old 8-track.
Hold on.
Real quick on one. I don't know where we're at on topic wise, but I was just gonna say from before, just real quick, Dysel, like you were mentioning, I think like with the coca leaf and coffee comparison, and like in my experience, dude, like okay, so like there is this like in South America they have this it's like they call it lila, and it's a little kind of gooey little like black kind of tar ball, but it's all just plants. So it's not like tar, it's like just plants. And it's specific plants that release the coca alkaloids more into your system.
There it is.
There it is, Napalm. Dude, I just see it up in the corner of my screen there. I'm like, there it is. I can see that from a million miles away. Yep, that is the absolute classic right there. Nice.
Yep.
Oh, you got a bunch of good ones.
Oh yeah, dude, I've got so much good vinyl. It's crazy.
Nice.
Supertramp, Breakfast in America.
Dude, if you keep those, it's gonna be worth like $1 million someday, probably.
The only vinyl I ever listened to of my dad's was Cheech and Chong's comic album.
This is alphabetical order, so yeah.
No, but I was saying between coca. Okay, so there's this. They call it lila, and it's this little plant ball. And then, so what it is when you chew on the coca leaves, you put that little lila, the little plant ball, you put it in there, and you kind of you wrap it around. You wrap a few coca leaves around it, and then you put that in your mouth, and you kind of just gently chew on it. You kind of just let the juice. You can swallow the juice, like you don't have to really spit it out or anything. You know, you just kind of swallow it. It tastes pretty good. You kind of just chew on it, and then you can kind of eat the leaves once they break down, like once your saliva, once it breaks down. Or you can kind of spit the fiber out if you want. Either way, at the end. Anyways, but the thing about the little plant ball thing is what you can do is you can keep, like, you just have a whole bag of coca leaves basically, and you just keep eating them slowly and you keep adding to the ball. So the little lila ball, the little medicinal ball thing that's in the middle, you just keep adding more leaves, and you just keep going and going. And the other plant medicinal compounds that are in the lila, like somehow like release the coca alkaloids and the cocaine more so, like the cocaine alkaloid, into the system. It's like the highest dose that I've ever been able to experience with it, because you can just keep eating leaves and you just get like basically just like saturated in coca leaf. The thing about it, it's not even really that stimulating, is my experience. Now everyone's different, but it actually was more like balancing along with kind of like a very pleasant, alertiveness and attention to things, but like not like overly hyped the way that they, with in terms of with cocaine, or the way cocaine is. So like when it's actually in the leaf itself, yeah, but it's because it seems like to me like coffee is even more like stimulating in that way than even coca is, like even in that. Because to me, it's like coca kind of has a balancing effect, like the actual leaf itself. It seems to kind of balance. So, anyways, I just want to comment on that because you were relating those two before. I think that's what you mentioned between like coca or coffee. Because that's what they do when they work, like when they're out, like work in the fields and stuff. They just have bags of coca. Like the people there, you just walk around, and even if you don't have any, they'll just put their bag out if you want to take a handful of leaves. Like there's so many. It's just, and it helps with the altitude sickness too, because it like increases oxygen to the system. And it's a plant that grows natively there, so it also helps with in the environment. But yeah, they just like work and eat leaves all day, and it keeps them going. But it also
is it illegal to grow coca here in the United States?
Well, I think it's like Schedule 2, so I don't know if they would really care if it was like just a small amount, but I'm not sure.
I just didn't know if you could like grow the plants, because really cocaine is so like heavily processed, and like I know the regulation on that is because of whatever the purity and whatever. I didn't know if like the plant itself you could grow.
How many pounds of leaves does it take to make 2 pound or 1 kilo, 2 pounds of cocaine?
Oh man, probably 250.
It's 2,000 pounds.
2,000.
Last time, yeah, it takes 2,000 pounds of leaves to make one kilo of coke.
Yeah, but see, I mean, cocaine is like an extracted alkaloid that comes out of the plant, and I think it's very like unnatural in that sense, and it's a whole different kind of beast, as it were. Whereas the coca leaf itself is, even though the coca leaf technically contains cocaine, but in the actual leaf, like that comes from nature, it seems to have like a completely different thing going on with it. And because like in South America, I mean, they just like I mean, like when I flew in, like the first time I went, like basically on the airplane, like once you land in South America, then we had to take another airplane to get to the next city, and on that plane, they just like served us coca tea. They're like, "Oh, would you like coffee or coca?" And then when we got there, they recommended like you should have coca tea, and it's just right next to it. You have like there's like green tea, coffee, coca tea. Like it's just one of their teas, and that's pretty much everywhere. And they recommend you drink at least 1 or 2 cups of coca tea at least when you get there because it completely like eliminates the altitude sickness issues. So
I've
Yeah, it's
seen that
probably
where
similar to like all the kava places and stuff that are popping up, where you can just go get like kava teas and all that
I've
fun
seen that
stuff.
where the little old
yeah,
ladies dry it on the side of the shoulder of the road, like the main drag of the street. They'll just be drying 4 to 6 feet wide swaths of leaves on the side of the road.
yeah. I mean, they're kind of they're everywhere. Yeah, yeah. People just have bags of them and eating them, and it's a really beautiful plant medicine. Like the way like cocaine is so weird and can be like demonic or whatever's going on with cocaine, probably because there's other chemicals with it. And it's like an extremely isolated alkaloid, in that way as well. And then if people are putting it up their nose and stuff, that's even more. It's even a whole different thing too. If it's like a chemical, so maybe like some of those more negative is like the other chemicals that are left in it, like the petroleum chemicals, along with just like a random plant alkaloid, and then using it in that way. That's why it's like so dangerous in that way because it just to me it seems such a stark difference to the actual leaf itself, like what the actual leaf is all about. It's such a like a gentle, beautiful, and like shamanically they use the coca leaf um, in a lot of ways. Like it's one of their sacred plants, and they do like coca leaf readings with them. So they actually use the leaves to like glean information, like by throwing them in certain ways. So yeah, they're like a sacred plant in a lot in those traditions.
Is it possible to be around somebody who's on cocaine and not get pitched some sort of business opportunity?
I was
I
gonna
don't
say
know.
like my experiment or experimentation with it is just a bunch of dudes staying up all night long talking to each other in the kitchen. It's like I never understood the thing with coke.
Dude, I did it once when I was in college. Like we did get some, and we just tried it, and like in the nose and all that. Yep, I did. I just did it one time, and like I mean, I got the vibe of what it was like. I guess I probably had like a medium dose because I had to do it a few times. At the beginning, I only did a tiny bit and I didn't feel anything. I was like, what is this? Stuff's not even a big deal. And then my friends were like, yes. We're like, all right, well then we did a little more and we still didn't really feel it. We're like, this isn't. But then once we did enough, then we were like, oh, okay, yeah, this is what it's like. And I wasn't really a fan of it. Yeah, I never did it again. It just seemed like it was like just totally like an isolated kind of it's like such an isolated molecule, and it did seem to have just kind of like a weird stimulating energy to it that I could see maybe why people could get all into that or something, because obviously coke is like cocaine, as it were, as a drug, is used like in a totally different way than the coca leaf you use in South America, in like the US or whatever. Yeah, it's used as a whole like party drug thing.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Comes
Definitely
down pretty harsh, but
different
yeah.
energy there.
So I mean, I enjoyed it.
I wonder what it's
Just
like
say
when you when you
I'd
when
rather
you
just use I'd rather just have coca leaf like every
yeah.
day of the week. So
What's that like, Gio? If you just start it naturally in this way, I can't even imagine. You don't get that intense, like
They're
talking
pretty
someone's
cool.
ear off.
well, that's what I was saying before. Like so, like the coca leaf. There's two main ways you can consume it. One of it is you chew on the leaves. You just kind of put a few leaves in your mouth, gently chew them, kind of swallow this, the saliva and all that, and then you can actually kind of just once the fiber breaks down, you can eat it, or you can swallow it. the leaves themselves, or you can kind of spit out a little bit of the fiber. You get a little ball of it, and you can just kind of spit that a little bit out. And then you can keep adding leaves, and just so that's one way you keep chewing on more. And then you can regulate the dosage by the more leaves you chew on, the more you feel it, and then you can stop whenever. And then I was mentioning too, there's even a way to accentuate that with the thing I was saying. It's called Lila. It's a medicinal plant mixture that actually activates it even more so. But anyways, and then the other way is in tea, yeah, where you just pour hot water over the leaves and then just drink the tea, and it tastes really good as a tea. Those are like the two most common ways that they really use it, because you don't really cook with it. They don't put it in the nose at all. Like they don't really powder it or anything like that and do that. It's just either in tea or chew on the leaves. But yeah, it's really I mean, I find it to be very balancing. Like it is a little stimulating to where like, yeah, you are wanting to do things. Like, yeah, I mean, you're good to work or do stuff, but it also feels very relaxing. Like for things like bipolar disorder, it seems to balance that. Like the leaf does. I'm talking about the leaf. Like I'm not talking about the chemical extracted cocaine. I'm just saying the actual leaf. So and that's how I experience it too. Like it's very like leveling and balancing in a really interesting way, and it has like all kinds of medicinal benefits, like for the actual body, like the immune system, and it has neurogenic effects that can like even like regrow neurons. It has like even effects that maybe even the mainstream medicine doesn't even know yet, because, like I said, in my view, it is like that kind of the higher octave of medicines in the whole like pantheon. Like it's kind of in that same with cannabis and others that are in that higher medicinal level of it. But yeah, so I don't really find it to be like like hyper stimulating the way that they say cocaine is. The leaf is, to me, it's like very balancing, and others seem to find that as well. Like it's not something that is overtly like explosive of an energy. It's more of like a balancing.
Would you say it makes you more present?
Yes.
That's interesting.
And grounded. Like, dude, meditating on it is amazing. You feel like Buddha, like almost like you have your like sometimes your eyes are almost down, like, but you're not sedated, like, but it's amazing. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. Yeah, like it really is.
When you snort it, it takes that presence away. I've noticed, for me anyway, my experience, it totally like I didn't like it at all, but I noticed that I'd been talking to this girl and she was horrified. And when I sort of came back into my body, if you will, I suddenly came back to awareness, and I was like suddenly aware that I'd just been talking at 1,000 miles an hour at this person, and she looked horrified. So I was like, okay, I'll stop now. Meaning it takes the presence away, right? So it's interesting that you say now this makes you more present in a natural way.
Yeah, so that could be maybe like an opposite effect. Like if the cocaine alkaloid is naturally in the coca leaf, the way the nature made it, then it actually is like balancing and grounding more so. Whereas if with this plant, if you extract it and you pull out, just the cocaine, and etc., with all the chemical processes they do, and then use it in that way, like you're saying, it removes being present, which
no, don't do this to me.
Which is interesting because you've removed the cocaine out of the coca leaf. Those are very interesting correlations with that. Yeah. Well, because I'm trying to think, like, when people snort cocaine, is that kind of why they do it? Because they want to get out of the present and then be all jacked up about something, or be kind of
Do you want to get in, Pazza?
That's why Napalm made the joke, like, and that they're always trying to sell you on a business proposition, because they're like, I guess like focus more on the future and not the present moment. Is that kind of what you're saying, Andy? I'm trying to like partly steel man what you're saying, but that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, but it's worse than that. It's actually the lights are on, but nobody's home. Like total lack of awareness.
Yeah, I mean, everyone I've ever been around that's using coca, like eating coca leaf, and some of the people I've been with are just like, like, yeah, in their 50s, 60s. I mean, different ages, but like these are like just very grounded people in the first place. But yeah, like it was nothing like when people like snort cocaine. Like nobody was like, "Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, how's it going? Hey," like there was none of that, And we were eating lots of leaves and getting like, I kind of call it getting saturated on it. I don't know why, because it feels like that. You're just like melting in it. But it is beautiful. I love that plant. It is incredibly beautiful. But yeah, it doesn't have that any of that kind of all of the things that come with the cocaine drug. It seems like the coca leaf doesn't seem to overlap, or it's like an opposite in some ways.
How long does chewing the leaf compared to snorting it last? The effects.
That's a good question. I'm not really that familiar with the snorting it because, like I said, I only did it one time, so I'm not like,
It's like
and I haven't
20,
really.
30 minutes.
You mean only it's lasts for 20, 30, you're saying?
Yeah, when you're snorting it, as compared to what when you're chewing it.
You're saying within 30 you want more, or somebody would want more, basically. It's like,
yeah, I'd say the majority of people that do it, yeah, they want every 30 minutes. They want a bump, yeah.
is that pretty standard? Like 30?
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, yeah, that's the thing. You know, there's really
quick.
no limit. Yeah, there's no limit, dude. And then you kind of build up a tolerance, and before a bump used to be enough, and then now you need more, and it's just
And then before you know
turns
it, you
into
spend the whole party in the bathroom.
a
Dude, yeah. Well, I mean, I would like with as far as I know, like the way to get the highest dose of the coca leaf, I guess you could make a really thick tea. Like you could actually make a tea, like you could put like a whole like lot of leaves and then put a lot of boiling water and or whatever it is. You could make a very concentrated tea as well. Of course, that's heating it, which is a little different than eating it raw. Because when you eat the leaves raw, then you're getting it basically non-heated, like non-cooked. And I think the alkaloid profile is more full in the raw ones versus the tea. But tea is still awesome too, and it converts some other things too, and it's its own medicine as well. But so I think like the highest dose would be probably like eating the leaves along with that, like I said, that thing called lila, that little medicinal ball. If you chew it with that, that would be the way, as far as I know, to get like the highest, like most natural dose of it. Like right from the natural leaf.
It reminds me of that Crocodile Dundee when he puts the coke in the pan, makes him snort it aromatically.
But like when I've done that and gotten like the high doses, I didn't go towards that, like the thing you guys are talking about, like the spazzy cocaine thing or anything. And nobody I've been around is like that. Everyone's just like chill, able to just like work or do what's needed. And like, I don't know, it seems to be like, it's like anti-bipolar. So it is very like grounding. And yeah, for meditating, that's what I was joking before. Like you can kind of like instantly just close your eyes and go into like, it has that quality to it because it's like focus and seems to kind of level things out with focus. But yeah, it'd be cool if we had more access to it. Like I mean, it is available and people, you can get it, but at the same time, like it would be cool if it was just completely available, if that everyone could just have the option.
smoke crack.
Yeah, it seems like if you had a greenhouse, a decent greenhouse, you'd be able to grow that pretty easily. Has anybody dug into the official released JFK files?
Dude, I don't know. No, I have not really, but I mean, the thing is, I have my own thoughts on that whole thing, so I can't imagine that that's going to be legit. But no, I mean, I haven't looked into it, so anything anyone wants to share, I'm open to hear what the shenanigans is all about this time. Someone said they released like thousands of pages or something.
Yeah, I've had an initial impression, and the interesting thing, which I don't know, it seems to be like, I mean, everyone kind of knew there was CIA sort of people in there, but there seems to be a lot of things pointing at Israel involvement, and I don't know, it's just weird.
What?
Oh yeah, that's what I heard.
You
I
don't
I
say.
forgot about that.
I wasn't expecting it. I'm gonna be honest. This is
Dude,
very odd.
yeah, it's all bad for Israel, bro.
I'm shocked.
No, but I just weren't expecting it. I don't know. I mean, Zion Don, he's their boy, and he's released that. That doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense to me. Why would they be? I don't get it. Is that the only thing they were hiding about it? I mean, there's something very odd about this. Are they playing the whole Gog and Magog prophecy? Is that what's happening right now? Is this the destruction of Israel? Will all nations rise up against it? Because that's what seems to be happening. I don't want to sound like a threat. This is more of a warning. There's a pogrom coming. It's being built up right in front of our faces.
Wait, are you saying this is a formation?
Well, what does it look like?
Of the New World Order right here, the NWO 2.0?
Well, I'm confused because, I thought it was the Jew World Order. What happened? Now we hate Israel? Everyone hates Israel? I mean, the shit I was looking up 20 years ago, it's like it's right there for everyone. I don't know. What's happening? It just seems very confusing to me. There's been no greater Zionist president than Donald Trump. He's their biggest supporter, right? I don't get it. Why is he releasing those things?
It's all a shady show.
It's very odd.
They could even make those guys look more legit. It seems like it's like they kind of want that they're corrupt a little bit, and then get people wondering more. Because it's like, why they wouldn't have to put that in. It seems like they could make them just all seem legit and sell that to us. But you know what I'm saying? Like they let so much get out of all the shady stuff. It seems like that's like got to be partly on purpose.
The only thing I could think is they obviously they play this brilliant game of they do the victim. I think everybody's quite sick of the victim card, but you got to keep those reparations going. And it seems to me that's the only reason I can think of what it is, because they've played it quite well in that, because there's even laws being brought out now, anti-Semitism laws, and it's often said, look who you can't criticize to see who's actually controlling you, and I think there's some truth to that. But this is like, I don't know, this like seems to me like prophecy or some shit. Like, that's all I can say to you. Like, it's confusing in a way, because I think that's the only thing I can really think of why it's being done, because they make so much money out of this victimhood, the reparations and etc. etc. So that's the only thing I can think of. Plus, I mean, it's brilliant because it's people hear anti-Semite or they think they're racist or so, whatever it is. I don't even think it's a race, but whatever. They just even thought of it, and then they clam up, don't they? Because for me, I know what I am. I know I don't hate Jews. I know if someone was to accuse me of that, it just wouldn't really bother me that much. But the way they play the game today, they take your PayPal account away. I was going to put in the chat earlier, I'm going to be careful about what I say about the New World Order in case they take my PayPal account away. But it is brilliant because what's that picture I always post? Yeah, I'll find it.
Wait, we can't say New World Order now?
Well, I was going to put Jew World Order, so that's a bit of a joke. I was just being silly. But this one, this is, and she should know. She was a former Israeli cabinet member. Anti-Semitic is a trick. We always use it to stifle legitimate criticism of Jews and Zionist Israel. Yeah, of course. So I think people are getting it now, which is a good thing. But still, I'd like to think that, as I said, it's not a threat. Not from me, certainly. I'm this close to being a pacifist. But it seems there's a pogrom just round the corner. And that, I think we'd all, well, I want to avoid. So, but it just seems like they're building up for all the nations to hate Israel. and that's just bizarre, isn't it? Like, think about it. They got these JFK files, and the only new information, as far as I can see, is that the Israeli involvement. Like what? I don't know.
That was a hoax.
Yeah, but there's nobody talking about it though. There's no mainstream on the right or the left that's discussing Israel's involvement in it. They're just passing along, or they're actually downplaying Israel's involvement in it. So
No, but the level is the fact that it's there at all. The fact that it's come out at all. Don't you think
well,
is a bit...
I've showed you that documentary, that Adam Curtis hyper normalization, where it's like right out of that playbook. I mean, it's like verbatim from that documentary where they expose that Putin hired a guy from the theater world. He was putting on literally like a political theater where Putin was giving the money to fund all the separatist groups, all the way from the left, the anti-Russian government groups on the left, all the way to the Nazis on the right. And then at the end, they came out and admitted that they were the ones that funded all of those different groups. So, I mean, it's just like demoralization, hypernormalization. It's like right out of the playbook to me.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, look, the reparations argument aside, which I think is valid, we've got this idea, and I think, well, like, can it be even disputed that the certain group control the media, they control the narrative, and yet we have this, and it's like it just seems a bit confusing. Do you know what I mean?
I just think it'll be washed under the rug. The next news cycle will take it out, in my opinion.
I mean, to me, they could have just taken it out, though, couldn't they? They didn't have to put it in front of you in the first place if they control the narrative.
Well, truth be told, it was all already out there if you would accept the sources that it came from, but just most people are not going to accept it unless it's told to them on television, right?
Yeah, I think there was a tweet from David Icke saying something along those lines. It were in his book in 1995 or something like that.
I like Myron Gaines has been like gaining popularity with he's got a saying. He says, "You can call me they call me an anti-Semite, but they never call me a liar."
What was that guy's name as well? He wasn't Jewish, but the guy who had Israeli connections. His name was like Jesus Angleton or something like that. Did you see that? I don't know.
James Angleton?
Yeah, James Jesus Angleton or something. Was that right?
I don't know. It's been a very long time. JFK was one of the first things in like 2005 I looked into. I haven't really looked into it since.
I don't know. Look, Truth has noticed weird shit like this. Triple barrel names. That fucking 33 that's in everything. 330 Palestinians killed, 33% COVID, this, that, and the other. 33 people died of COVID. We just noticed these things.
Ryan Dawson's going to be breaking down the JFK files tonight with Myron. I'll tune into that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm being a bit cynical, but it just seems like a big nothing burger to me. I don't know. Like, just initial impressions anyway. I feel like anything's serious, because to me, I just see it as a ritual, like the killing of the king ritual.
Yeah, but nobody was actually shot and killed, though.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised, Joe.
Nobody died. Nobody cried. Yeah, no, that was a staged thing. That was not a legitimate shooting. In my view,
because the Zapruder film took about what? It took at least 5 years to come out, didn't it? Yeah, nothing would surprise me at this point. That could have been the first sort of outdoor theatre event that they wondered if they could fool the public with. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Wait, Gio, you're saying you don't think JFK was actually murdered in public? You think
Correct.
he was still alive?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Did you see it recently got put up for auction, but he was a history major and he went to Germany 3 months after the war. He's 28 years old. He was a history major. He was already a well-respected journalist. Goes to Germany, sees what happens in post-war Germany, comes back and writes a series of diaries. They went up for public auction, so like the contents were public, and he wrote a bunch of really nice things about Hitler. And he was the last president. You could see he actually went to war. Like JFK is an actual war hero. So I don't think he was in cahoots with the Jays as much as most people would like to think. I don't know. I could be wrong too, though.
Oh, that was it. He was threatening the Jewish or Israel's nuclear program. That was
Yeah,
allegedly.
Damona. Yeah,
Yeah.
he was threatening to take away their nukes. Israel set up a phony lab. Like the weapons inspectors were invited over to Israel, but it was a completely fake facility. And obviously they weren't going to get rid of their nuclear program. So
I'm just super skeptical. I mean, I remember watching that Owen Benjamin stream where he probably saw it, like Lovelist, where he was accusing him of being gay. Like he had pictures of holding hands with some dude.
Lem.
Yeah, and I was just like, "What the fuck is this?" You know, and so I just reached a point where I was like, "I'm kind of done with it." Like they're clearly playing games. Whatever actually happened, and like I was just like, "Oh, we're never going to find. We're never going to know the truth of it."
And to ASIC in the chat, yes, I agree. I don't think that nuclear weapons are any more powerful than conventional weapons, but it is a damn good energy supply. You can't argue with a nuclear power plant providing a lot of efficient energy for your country. So,
you're my man. You're my man. Thank you.
And submarines.
And submarines. Sure.
Yeah, Levelist, the thing that gets blown up in the head of the JFK, as it were, is a essentially it's like a dummy. It's like a dummy explosive, like a Hollywood explosive. That's why that thing like flaps off it, and people are like, "Oh, that's his scalp." Well, no, it's actually just the balloon from the explosion, because it uses the balloon. That's what that red is. So I could get into kind of how I've come to all of that, but yeah, so that's not actual foot. It's not actual footage of a man's head exploding. That's essentially a dummy. It's a figurine in that way. It's like this, it's like a partial animatronics, but not fully animatronics. But it had two motions. But anyways, yeah, it's like a dummy body basically, and then it had a little explosive thing on it. But yeah,
I would have to go back and look into that again. But so, do you subscribe to the second half of that theory that he became Jimmy Carter?
No, not necessarily. No, but I mean, he's like one of their royalty. Like he's a Kennedy, and he's like, so they don't just like kill their own dudes, and they're not gonna let their own guys just get shot like that. I just don't foresee any way in which like that would be the case. But the thing is that there's a lot of more reasons I've actually come to that conclusion when it comes to everything involved and how it played out, and then all of the evidence that was claimed to be given. It seems to be that like they wanted to like run a psyop, like the death of the king, where like the king is dead, and then this like he's like slain, right there like in public. I do think he was in that limousine that day. Like he was actually on the street driving. Like he was there, and all that footage is real. But when he comes around, like the famous sign, like in the Zapruder film, like when they come out the other side of the sign, I'll say this: there are cuts all the way along the road, and on the bottom and the top, like the lamppost on the bottom, everything is cut. And there's also evidence that shows that the car that's before the sign is different than the car that's after the sign. So it seems like that Zapruder film is like a complete composite as it is. So what I think they did is he was really in the car and then going down the whole Dallas and all that stuff. And then there was actually a point going into Dealey Plaza where they had it blocked off, so all the people couldn't go down there, like the rest of the all the actual regular like civilian people or whatever that were there. They couldn't go past a certain point. They had it all blocked off, and the cops were there. So no one like really knows what was actually down in Dealey Plaza because like we're given these footages, but like they didn't let the public down in there. And the footages were given, yeah, the one with like the the guy with the umbrella and like or the woman, all that stuff like in the background in the footage is so like strange. But nonetheless, like I do think they probably had like popping sounds like of gunshots that were probably just fired, like whether it's up in the air or just blanks or something. So what I think is that he was really there. Once they kind of went down into Dealey Plaza, all they had the real like JFK as it were, like all he had to do is like duck, and then they might have had like a popping sound, and then he would have just driven off, and then they claim that he was killed. In reality, it was a hoax event, like a staged event, in order to make it seem that way. And then there was really no footage of it until that famous, as it were, Zapruder film, and then the whole thing of like before the before the sign, and then after the sign, and then all the other claimed footages of what happened down in there. And then there's a whole another thing I could explain about why I think it is actually a dummy that is in the car. Meaning it's like it's basically dressed up to look like him, and it has two motions. Like it has like spring arms, and then because these things you could make these things back in the '60s, they have these too. So like these like animatronic things would have like little springs in them. So it would be like kind of like a mannequin type thing that was dressed up to look like him, and then there's like two motions, like the arms flap up, and then but it looks very lifeless. Like there's no like anyways, it's just very strange when you like go to the frame by frame of it. Anyways, and then it turns its head to the left a little bit, and then she comes in, and like people say like, oh, did she shoot him, or like people have different theories on that. But the thing is, like one of these like Hollywood kind of explosive things, that's exactly how it would work. Like there would be a button on it that she has to press. So basically, what it would be is that car scene was like the actual car layer was filmed on a different day with actors with the dummy, and then that was cut into the rest of the footage of Dealey Plaza. And there are cuts, like I said, all the way along the road on the top and the bottom, and the frames are out of sync. So the whole thing is like a composite mess, really, when you break it down. But yeah, that layer that we see, I don't think is authentic of what actually happened when they drove down that road. Yeah, I think that part was the part that was cut in, and it took them that long to get that footage, and then it has like, yeah, that's basically like a dummy head thing that's exploding.
But so you're saying they killed him someplace else, or he was allowed to go off and be somebody else on an island?
Yeah, I mean, I would say like as far as we know, I've never heard of him ever coming back into the public eye that I've ever been aware of. I know like people talk about the Jimmy Carter thing. I don't necessarily think that's true. I get more of a sense that maybe they're family or brothers, but I don't really. It doesn't seem to me like they're the same person. So yeah, in terms of the actual John Kennedy, like, yeah, dude, if they have other lands or other places, yeah, he may have just been like, that's it. He's just retired for the rest, so he would never go back into the public.
I've never heard, like, during that time, I never heard of the Kennedys pronouncing themselves as, friends of Israel or Zionists or anything like that. So that just makes me disagree with that theory. But like I said, it's been a very long time since I looked into it.
You don't think Kennedys are in on, I mean, the whole unfolding of after World War II and NASA and all of that? Like, you don't think the Kennedys are one of these royal families that already have
Well, I think they could have been like the Anglo, like it wasn't only Jewish people that had money during that time. There was still a bunch of aristocratic, what is it? What's the Anglo Saxons, essentially English families that still had money. So I don't know if he could have been the end of that era, but
Yeah, it's a difficult one, isn't it? I kind of, like I said, I looked into it for a long time. In fact, one of the first conspiracy documentaries I talked about before was called A Rich Man's Trick, which was essentially, yeah, 95% of it was the Kennedy. It was pretty much all about the Kennedy thing. And I don't know if anybody actually watched that. I watched it sort of recently, and I find myself disagreeing with it. I was like, geez, this is terrible. Like, there's loads of things I disagree with it about. Certainly, who were financing Hitler, and I did like the fact that they pointed out that the train lines, they were all financed by wealthy Americans, and in Germany, I mean, and the where Germany got the money from, basically, to rebuild Germany when they were so heavily in debt. I appreciated that part of it. And
yeah, more specifically, Wall Street, though. Wall Street money is quite obviously Jewish money. So,
well, it was the it's those brothers, wasn't it, with the railways? And the name, it'll come to me. Come on, Brain, you can do it.
Well, yeah, but like, Level is like, well, whatever, like the kind of controllers, whatever terminology one would use, but I mean, even him being elected president, like, do you think that he already is in their network? Because if so, for him to even be elected a president, if he already is in their family line, their bloodline, etc., I don't think they're gonna they're not gonna kill their own guy, and they're not gonna like let their own guy be killed.
They used the public's appreciation for that fella to basically incorporate the whole like space, to get the public on board with space,
Oh yeah,
to the moon, all the other things, right?
Oh, he built up the whole thing because he said, "Oh, we will get to the moon by the end of the decade," and then later was quote unquote, killed. Oh my gosh! And then the death of the king, and then now his words like, "We have to get to the moon," and then when do they get to the moon? Oh, happens to be right before the decade's out, 69.
Yeah, and then his I think his brother, whatever the other Kennedys, I think he was assassinated as well. He signed the well, I don't know the technical terms for it. They're not coming to me right now, but basically, that vaccine companies couldn't be sued for damages. He made it so that they had no liability for any consequences of the jabs. Sort of back in I think it was the early 70s, 1972, I think it was, off the top of my head. So yeah,
well,
unfortunate.
Reagan officially did that in '86. I don't know. I'd have to look into whether Bobby Kennedy did that in the '70s.
Dude, is JFK didn't actually die, or JFK wasn't actually shot? Is that in the same like category as like no planes?
Kind of sounds like it to me. Yeah.
Is it? I'm just making a random, somewhat maybe random connection, but yeah, is it in any way related? That's funny.
The ambassador.
People do love to get caught up into how 9/11 was done rather than the why 9/11 was done. So
it's the magic bullet versus the no bullet theory.
Well, but Levelist, so what would be your response to that? Like, so what I'm saying is that if he was already elected president, in the 60s and all that, and he was, John F. Kennedy was doing what he was doing, like do you think that he already was a part of if I just say the controllers in a very general sense, like Illuminati people, there's all kinds of different phrases people use, but like, I'll just say the word controllers. Like, is he already a part of their network? And then if so, like, would they either kill their own guy or let their own guy get killed, or would they have just not had the place secured enough to where someone really did sneak in and shoot them from whatever? Except they're claiming all the multiple shooters and all this stuff as well. and then they actually authentically did actually kill him that day. The way they claim. What do you think?
I'm not. I'm not going to claim that Kennedy is like was going to white knight. Like Kennedy was going to restore the republic and reverse, all of get rid of the Federal Reserve. That's not what I'm claiming. But I'm sure he knows the people that killed him. I'm sure that they operated in the same power structures. I just don't think that he was actually kowtowing to Israel itself. Is kind of my opinion. I think all of those groups were recognizing each other. I just don't. I don't think that Kennedy himself is actually Jewish or ever claimed to be a Zionist. But like I said, I could be wrong.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the Bobby Kennedy one. That'd be very difficult. Well, I don't suppose it'd be too difficult to fake, but I mean, he was surrounded by people, so they would have all had to have been in on it. Yeah, that's a bit more difficult to fake, I would say.
There's
That's the thing about the Dealey Plaza. Well, it's just that they had that all blocked off from civilians. That's the thing. So, it was just like a police blockade, and that was it. That's why it's so weird. Like, and then there's Zapruder footage, and like what we actually get with the actual footage that Zapruder presented is such a mess of a composite. Like, that thing has been ripped to shreds by so many different angles. Like, that is not authentic video in so many ways. Like, there's like missing frames that don't sync with the backdrop compared to the car. It's really just it's really a kind of a mess, but also like a masterpiece of a mess that they even released that.
Who did the analysis on the Zapruder film?
It's only like 26 seconds long. It's not very long. But I would say when you look into when you look into Watergate.
Sorry, I just want to know like
we don't
where the
know,
analysis came from.
Go ahead, Levelist.
We don't know, bro. We don't know.
Hold on, dude. Go ahead, Levelist.
I would just say like a further confirmation as to you're positing the theory that he's in the club, right, in the support Israel at all costs club, but I would argue that not only was he probably not in that club, but a couple presidents later, Nixon comes along, and he has there's public recordings of him talking very ill about Israel and about the Jewish lobby. And then poof, you have Watergate come up, and he's forced to resign. He wasn't giving Israel what they wanted either, and you would have to also make the case that he's part of the club and in on it, and a patsy as well.
Do you think it though, like Levelist, it'd be pretty like John F. Kennedy, like that, just that one for a sec. Very powerful, influential, loved person, friends and family. Knows people in high places. And it'd be extremely messy to actually kill this fellow. Like the number of people that you'd have to pay off and basically not come after the killers themselves, that'd get real messy, which is why I would suspect that it's inherently faked. You get where I'm coming from? Like, why were there no retaliation murders? Like whoever this entity that was able to take this person out, make it seem like it was a false, Lee Harvey Oswald. If they actually murdered him, this would be, I'd say you'd see massive fracturing between the power structures that be. Maybe there is an example of that.
See, I would push back. I would disagree. And I would say it's very much a product of the times, right? The CIA is around for around 15 years at that point, and that's exactly what the CIA was founded to do, was to overthrow and topple other governments through guerrilla means. Like that's all of the mercenaries that would be capable of performing such an act were on the payroll of the CIA, and that's like when they're starting to gain even more and more power.
I suppose so, yeah. But they're not like, they are to their, what is it, so-called topple exterior governments, yeah. But it's all for the control of the people at the end of the day. So if they can, even sort of go so far as to topple their own government, essentially. As long as it leads to the control of the people, they don't mind.
Have you? I encourage you go. It's like it is 4 hours long, like so it will take some time to get through. But I encourage you to watch the Ian Carroll where he goes through the genesis, like the foundation, who formed the CIA, what was the purpose, what was the CIA's first clients, and it kind of gives you a different picture as to that time period, especially, and to like what the actual reasons for the CIA being funded in the first place actually are. Which is the merger of Wall Street, Jewish Wall Street money with corporations, major conglomerate corporations, legalizing their essentially their terrorism legally through an official office of the American government. And I butchered that, but like that's essentially what was a marriage. It was a marriage between Wall Street attorney bankers, corporations getting to push their narrative through official USA channels of government.
Yeah, look, man, there's always the front of the store, the front, like, what we're told. There's the secondary backup story, the B plan for the conspiracy guys like us, and then there's the truth. I don't know. I wouldn't presume that I actually have the truth in that sense, but it just it makes a bit of sense to me that it'd just be too messy, given how powerful the Kennedys were and how many people loved them. You'd have to keep all those people very quiet, unless they were under the assumption that it was actually a fake killing. Maybe they went to Kennedy and said, "Look, mate, you've gone too far. This is your way out. You've got to pretend to die now." I can see a situation like that where he gets forced out because he's given the option: either we do kill you, or you pretend to die. Which one do you want to take, right? So there could be an ultimatum sense in them, which is kind of him being forced to act that role.
See, I mean, I would argue that I think Kennedy did enough publicly to actually have Israel upset enough to want to kill him, would want him dead. Like that's my take on the situation.
I think you make some good points, actually, Levelist. The truth of the thing was that he was trying to bring the greenback into circulation. Is that true? Is that actually true, though? I don't know. The other thing is, obviously he made that famous speech that, the word secret is repugnant in a open and free society. Everybody knows that speech.
I was about to say that. Yeah, dude.
And so,
do you think he believed in space?
I mean, you do. You guys, you nullify any points I have by bringing up he's the father of the space agency. Yes, I know. I cannot combat that. I understand that, but it is true that he was going to force the ADL to register as a foreign agent, foreign lobby, and that was all thrown out as soon as he died. Which, for anybody listening that doesn't understand, the most powerful lobby in the world, including America, is the ADL.
That's an Israeli thing, is it?
Yeah, I'm sorry, it's AIPAC, not Anti-Defamation League. Their sister. I'm sorry, AIPAC. Yeah, AIPAC is the Israel Foreign Lobby.
Yeah, it's getting a bit confused. It might be ID anyway. Go ahead.
Before I forget, anyone Levelist as well, if you or anyone who wants to do this, you can test it for yourself. Okay, go to in the Zapruder film or other films or other ones as well of the JFK thing, whatever you can find, of all the different ones. But try to find the ones that are the best quality for when the car is driving away, with the Zapruder ones. Anyways, if you zoom into the frame. Okay, so when he comes out from behind the fence, what happens is, right when he comes outside of the fence, he's not really moving at all. Behind the sign is what I'm trying to say. Sorry, behind the sign. Once he comes out behind the sign, his arms go up. I'm going back to this. Yeah, sorry, I'm going back to this real quick because it was from before. But anyways, with JFK, his arms go up, his head kind of turns to the left a little bit, and then he's just frozen there, and nothing really changes. Then she goes up and kind of like comes up next to him. And then boom, you see this like kind of like red explosion and like this flap that kind of comes out from his head, which is the way those like Hollywood balloon things work. It's not really the way the human skull necessarily works, but I know they try to claim it's like a whole flap of head or whatever. But yeah, I've zoomed into that on like it really does look like a balloon, like for a lot of reasons. I could go through that as well, but it's like a balloon launchable thing. Anyways, and then that kind of like what I think is like an actual like a dummy structure, a dummy kind of mannequin thing. Then it's just like sitting there. Now, it if the car was filmed on a different day and put in there, you know, essentially. So they filmed it with actors on a different day. And if it is a dummy, well, they can't just have that thing sit there the whole time. So it would have to fall over. And that's potentially why she actually had to get up, because as she got up, the mannequin thing goes and it falls over to the left. And what I will say is if you find the best quality ones and you zoom in, you can actually see that the thing is like on a T-shaped, like the shoulders, it's on like a T-shaped thing. And even like the bottom, like when he starts to lean over, the bottom of the coat is kind of like empty, meaning it's kind of like it doesn't have like the whole structure there. Anyways, but what I'm saying is if you ever just want to look for yourself, and the way that the thing falls over is very unnatural. Like if it was an actual human being that just got shot in the head and their actual brain, like that was actually the case, it would be completely slumped over. It already would have been completely slumped, like already on her lap. There would be nothing holding it up, but it does kind of hold there for a minute after the head is like essential, that was what was claimed. And then she kind of gets up and then it's able to go boom. And then when you see it fall over, it's like a perfect 90 degree. Anyways, if you get the really good footage of it, look for yourself and see, because I do think that it doesn't fit what it would be if it was authentic when really looked at and screwed, because I've looked at like frame by frame.
It was 12 years later, right?
It was a long time later. I'm probably one of the most skeptical people in this VC, and I'm not sure. I mean, doesn't he? I can't remember. It's a long time since I watched it, but I'm pretty sure he raises his arms up to his neck, doesn't he, for the first shot? So I think that would be difficult with a dummy.
No, right when he comes out behind the sign, yeah. So what I think it was is like a two-phase dummy thing. It had a few things. So what it would do is like the first thing would just trigger up the arms, like spring-loaded. That's kind of what happens, because the arms are kind of already at his throat a little bit, right? And they're already kind of there. So then the arms just wing up, and then he does one little head movement to the left. So with those things, with those like animatronic dummy dolls and stuff, they can definitely do that. Even back then, like it wouldn't even have to have a lot of electronics in it. It would just be even like you can have them like spring loaded. So there's just two steps to it. It just goes boom, and then the head moves a little, and then it would have the little explosive pack on there. I know it's an intense thing, maybe if people haven't heard this, like, but it is from the perspective, yeah, that is not actually authentic footage of what they claim it to be.
I mean, they did get to introduce everyone knows CIA introduced the conspiracy theory term into the lexicon after that, and that was a brilliant bit of wizardry by them by the controllers to essentially, stifle any legitimate inquiry into anything after that. They could just say conspiracy theory and that's it. The public would hear that and go, oh, I don't have to look into that now then. Oh, it's all right, silly or whatever.
Well, they kind of and some of these like Freemasonic things, like they kind of know like certain energies and what kind of gets power over people. And this is like kind of like the death of a king, the death of the king, because like why do we even have the system at all? Why is there like a president? There's like this one guy, but it is a very king thing. Oh, he's the king. He's the king basically. Not that any of us really feel like the president is the king of us or anything, but that is kind of a thing. So like, it's like the death of the king archetype. And one of those things that like, if they have a death of the king, it's a way to potentially gain more control over people through through like the shock and the sorrow of such a horrible thing having have happened, and then using that and then all the other like agendas that kind of came along with that, like linked to the moon landing, and then like you were saying, like, and then of course, if the whole thing wasn't even legitimate in terms of that, like if it was what I'm saying, where it's like, this is like like the Zapruder film was a composite, and the actual car we see after the sign is something that was actually filmed on a different day with like a dummy, like I'm saying, like this, then that would imply that like all of like the planting of like the different conspiracies of who shot or whether like Oswald or it was from the grassy knoll, that like that was all planted to get people talking about it, and then to build a conspiracy theory thing based on that, like you were saying, or to kind of start using that phrase with it, and then trying to like banish people. It's like a bait and switch kind of a thing.
Yeah, it's wizardry, is what I said, dogs. It's wizardry. That's why we're here, to expose the wizards. The dark magic.
Did you guys already talk about the fact that the Zapruder film wasn't released until 6 years after the assassination?
Yeah.
That's just crazy. Could you imagine no footage of 9/11 coming out until 6 years after it took place?
I know, dude. That's pretty wild, right? So meaning that like basically the population for 6 years had no footage of it, right?
Yep.
Essentially, they were just told he was shot in the car, right? Like that was it for. That's all they were told, and then everybody believed it, pretty much.
Yep.
Well, was there even any like what other? I'd have to go back into my like memory of it all, or go relook into it. But like what? Okay, so for those first 6 years, then before the Zapruder film, what footage or pictures existed? Does anyone know offhand?
Well,
It says those
this is
first
saying
6 years.
this is saying that Zapruder film didn't appear on national television until 1975.
Oh, really? So it's even longer. Interesting.
Yeah, and
He was with
he's
that.
shot in 63, and it didn't come on TV till 75.
Right, he was with that black comedian and all. I can never remember his name. Who was that?
Dick Gregory.
No,
Dick Gregory.
Yeah, Dick Gregory, that dude. He went a bit weird at the end there, but yeah, he was an interesting dude. It was all about the water fasting. I always remember him talking about Michael Jackson going, he had the mind of a child. I don't know. He kind of lost it at the end there, but
Wait, what were you saying? Wait, what was the last thing you said about 75? What in 69?
Who you talking to, Gio?
Well, I'm saying, wait, what were you saying that was 75 with the Zapruder film?
Oh, that's what Google told me. Google told me that the first time Zapruder film was shown to the public was 75.
But I think it's 69, which is the 6 years. First time it was aired on Los Angeles area television newscast on February 14th, 1969. No, it was just like a small difference. Not, but I was just wondering what you, or just that, just if we know the right, just to make sure, because Napalm had said the 6 years, which from because it in 63 to 69.
I always thought it was on the, as I just posted, the Geraldo, because what's his name was on it? Dick Gregory was on the same show, because I seem to recall watching it back in the day. You're saying it's actually before that, Gio? So that's a long time after, isn't it? If it is 75. I always thought it was like 5. I knew it was more than 5 years later. But that's a long time after, isn't it?
So it said Zapruder died on August 30th, 1970 of cancer. In March 1975, ABC's Goodnight America, hosted by Geraldo Rivera, broadcast an apparently bootleg copy. It was the first time film was seen on television. I don't know. Maybe we're getting Berenstein Baird right now.
Here, I'm getting the resource for this. It says Zapruder's film was aired as part of a Los Angeles area television newscast on February 14th, 1969. And then it says the first broadcast of the Zapruder film. Well, first it said that about 69, and this is on Wikipedia. It says the first broadcast of the Zapruder film was on late night television show Underground News with Chuck Collins, originating on WNSN TV, Channel 44, Chicago in 1970. It was given to the director Howie Samuelson, etc. So, yeah, it said this aired in all these cities in 1970 as well. But yeah, maybe it didn't like hit the like larger public until 75 more so. Until more people actually saw it.
So they had at least 6 years to doctor that film up.
Yeah, pretty much. They would have had many years to cook up that final thing, and there's a lot of different analysis that are out there of people going through it, like in so much detail, and yeah, that.
Remember, they said the police officer that died that looked a lot like Kennedy. That was a big conspiracy back in the day, and they swapped the caskets in the plane, or something like that. I mean, I guess the whole thing was the remember the movie. That was another exposure for me that I remember, because I remember I was eating a chip cob, and I was totally put off by it, by that movie. Kevin Costner, excellent Kevin Costner in that movie, but yeah, the whole thing was that Lee Harvey Oswald shot the guy from the back, but his head went back and to the left. That's what you remember from the movie, right? Back and to the left, back and to the left. He must have done it like 10 times. And I was like, oh, I'm done eating now. It's quite a traumatic thing
Yeah,
as well.
so the reason I think that, so from my viewpoint, what happened there is that the dummy thing's there, and then once the trigger goes off, the explosive is going to kick like it blew off kind of like the upper right part. That's why the splatter went up, and like you see this kind of balloon thing around the head. So like that's why it went back into the left, is because of the explosive that was on it. I don't think it's a real gunshot or like an actual gunshot hit. But like I'm saying, that would be like, if there is like an explosive on a dummy's thing, then like, yeah, if it blew out kind of that way, then it's going to project the body back into the left.
I mean, I'd say I'm not sure. I'm kind of I've been listening to Levelist as well. I'm sort of and seeing the Bobby Kennedy one. I'm in two minds about the whole thing. That's why I just said I put it down. I don't know. I'm not sure, but it does seem weird. Like, funnily enough, I started typing in JFK at the Wailing Wall, and I could see him at the Berlin Wall. Didn't see him at the Wailing Wall. So,
I mean, according to my research, it appears to me as if he did and said enough things publicly to actually have Israel want to have him dead. That's what it seems like to me, but it was way before my time.
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society.
That is a dope speech, man. The first time I heard that, fucked. The tuning fork in my loins was like the truther. It was like the truther bat signal was going up when I first time I heard that speech.
and all secret societies were like, "Fucking hell."
Eisenhower's speech was not bad either. I guess he was a piece of shit.
Yeah, but his exit speech is basically like, yeah, the military-industrial complex runs everything. By the way, good night. See ya. Speaking of back and to the left, did anybody ever see the Seinfeld episode with Aaron Hernandez spitting on Kramer and hitting him in the head? And they do do the whole reenactment. Like, back and to the left.
The slow-mo.
Maybe there was a second spitter.
Oh,
that was funny.
That does sound funny. I'm not a Seinfeld fan, I've got to say, but I love Larry David though.
That one is hilarious though. If you ever just see the like skit of it, yeah, it is good. So Levelist, okay, you're saying that people would want them, and then you would say that like the Secret Service and all that would have just not had their bases covered to where you had a dude potentially up, the Lee Harvey Oswald character, if he was shooting from up there. I don't know if you think he was or wasn't. Is that guy legit? And then was there a shooter in the grassy knoll? Was there someone in the car that shot him? Like what do you think? And then do you think the Zapruder film is authentic? Like do you think that's what happened as well? Like what are your thoughts like in terms of all that?
No, I agree with you. The first time I learned about the Zapruder film from Bill Cooper, and at that time he was pushing the driver of the limousine was the shooter, right? It looked like he brandished a pistol and shot him right down the center line of the car. But I agree with you. The Zapruder film always looked funky, even all the way back in 2006 or whenever it was that I watched that. But I bet you there was at least 6 different shooters in that plaza if it was a real assassination.
Okay, so you would think that like if it happened authentically that whatever other like countries or forces or whatever that they would have been able to set up just an array of shooters. I'm not laughing in a way laughing at you. I'm just kind of laughing because it sounds intense. That they would allow that there would be just like an array of shooters firing from all angles to kill this guy.
If it was an inside job, right? Have you seen the frames before they come out into Dealey Plaza? They start to go around the curve where basically they have all the Secret Service around the car stand down and they're all just looking around like, what the heck are we doing? Why are we being called off of the car?
Yeah, he got off the back of the car, right? He like ran off the back and started running away or something like that.
My guess.
I was just going to say, like, all the Secret Service was basically around the car as that car was going through the city. And then when it turned onto the plaza, like, they all, like, the motorcade behind it, the motorcycles all slowed down and they backed the Secret Service off of being around the vehicle.
I'm guessing, like, when somebody gets murdered, one of the first things they do is check, like, yo, did anyone have any financial motive to kill this guy? I mean, if you look at what JFK wanted, he wanted to shut down the Federal Reserve. I don't know what more of a motive you need for it than that.
Well, there was like 3 direct Israel threats that he suggested. So
But were you guys getting into like where the shooters and how it all happened and shit? I just got in late.
All I want to say is, where was George H.W. Bush on that day?
Yeah.
And what was his job title while he was there?
He was the head of the CIA, but who started the CIA? Was it Dulles that started the CIA, which the airport in that town where he was shot is named
Yeah, it
after
was
Dulles?
the Dulles brothers, and they were Wall Street lawyers. And their first customer as a law firm and in the CIA was the some fruit company down in Central America, where on behalf of this corporation they overthrew the democratically elected leader of that country so that they could do what they wanted with their fruit corporation in Central America.
So they were economic hitmen from Jump Street, huh?
Before John Perkins, yes.
Economic
and I have
hitman's
read
probably as old as time itself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, maybe. I think the CIA does a pretty good job of perfecting it. But I think Levelus and I have read a lot of the same notes over the years.
That's a great book, Confessions of an Economic Hitman by John Perkins.
I know I'm about to ask you guys,
Yep.
you know, how you like them apples.
And you would be making it awkward yet again?
From Goodwill Hunting, remember that?
Jeremy, I'm going to need you to back up about a foot from your microphone.
Chill, bro. 6 to 12 inches at least.
Oh, dude, I got the screenshot for you.
Did you ever think it was the driver at any point, Gio?
Saying it was the driver and the shooter?
I never really got on the driver. I never thought the driver. I remember some theories about it though. Yeah, it is interesting. The one kind of the driver, there is like kind of some jerking motions that happen. There's a bunch of weird stuff in this video. Here, I just got it, you guys. Hold on, this is on fire. Hold on, let me see. I think I could just grab it quickly.
It's such bad quality. Talking about the Zapruder film. That is the horrible. That's like one frame every 3 minutes or something crazy. It's terrible.
All right, I just literally went to just YouTube and just pulled up the Zapruder film. So this is straight from it. Levelist, check this out, dude. Look at the lamppost layer. This is what's so crazy. Like this whole car layer is cut at the top and the bottom, and the lamppost there. And you got to kind of also look at the frames before and after it. That's just one screenshot, but it is so bizarre. Like the entire layer is cut out, like because the lamppost. If they cut in the car layer, they would have to cut that part, and it's all blurred and cut compared to the rest of it. That's one of the things. The lamppost.
Are you willing to host an event where you get the highest quality video of that film and break it down? I wouldn't mind going over that again. It's only like 26 seconds long, right?
It is an interesting thing, yeah. Yep. Yeah, I mean,
I said, it's been a couple decades since I looked into it. So.
Well, that's just one thing. I just went and grabbed it because I haven't really watched it in quite a while too. And then I just happened to pause it right there, and I was like, "Oh, I'll just show." I just figured I would like show the lamppost shot because I just like happened to see it right there. But yeah, because you can see that like that blurred thing. It's not that it's all blurred, like it's actually blocking out the JFK and Jackie, which are right to the right of it right there. And then that's why you can go the frames before and after it. There is a pretty good like YouTube video or YouTube series. It's called The Great Zapruder Film Hoax or something like that. You know that one?
Does not ring a bell.
It's like The Great Zapruder Film Hoax. It's like a 8-part series. That guy goes pretty deep on it. He's like a classic because he's been around for a long time.
Oh, when they because it's cropped in, like, does he claim that the footage being shown to us is cropped in, and he claims to show the uncropped footage? That's the only thing I remember.
Well, he doesn't really necessarily say what I'm saying about it. Like he's not saying necessarily that they cut a different car in or that they're actors or like he's not even necessarily saying any other ideas. He basically is just going. He's kind of a little bit more of a mainstream guy. Like I think he definitely believed that Kennedy was shot, probably like this guy, But he just goes through this film like with like a fine-tooth comb and goes through a lot of the just completely bizarre anomalies that are in this thing that are just complete evidences of like composites, and there's like missing frames. There's frames that are timed differently from the car layer to the background layer. There's all these things with the characters in the background, these strange things that happen. Like when you go frame by frame on this, it is really like, yeah, I mean, we could go into it all. I don't know. It's kind of like, see, I remember when I was a kid, when I first like saw, like I went to the library and I got like there was like a book there that had pictures of this, like the freeze frames. And I just remember that was like the first time I saw it. We like snuck into the library. We're like, oh, where is it? And we like open it. And you're like, oh my God, there's his head exploding, and then we like ran out. So like it was the first time I saw it. It was almost like kind of traumatizing though. Like just to think of like, here's this like guy's just head exploding. That's like a president. Like, is that like purposeful programming too? Like, it's crazy.
Okay, so like here would be my pushback to you then. If your official story or your take is that he is in on it, then how come we haven't had any other presidents since then come out publicly and specifically give pushback to Israel on those three topics, on them having nuclear weapons, on their subversion of the Federal Reserve, and forcing AIPAC to register as a foreign lobby? Like, there's been fucking crickets for all of the presidents since then. So what would you say to that?
Well, I mean, we're talking all post World War II, right? Everything here for at this moment.
Yeah, since him.
Yeah, I mean, post World War II, like the whole thing is a stage in my viewpoint. So like whatever the viewpoints these guys are claiming they have towards these different things are, because after World War II, like they had pretty much a certain level of like control at that level of it, to where they just kind of like build the polarities and then get people to fight between them by kind of claiming different layers. But after World War II, like, I mean, so wait, you thought would you so okay? Do you think Kennedy then was like not part of the controllers system and that he was like an outsider that actually like, do you think presidents were legitimately like elected back then?
No, I think that he came from power and wealth himself. Like, it obviously doesn't compare to the Zionist power, but I think he's old money and he had his own plans for what he wanted to do with America. Like I said, I don't think he was going to restore the republic and set us straight. I just think he was going to make his own power play, is kind of how I read it. But
well, but if post World War II, if the controllers have kind of control over all the major countries, then like, wouldn't he have to just be in on the drama, basically, or in on what they're already doing at that collective level?
No, the way I see it is they're doing their who's the Marvel fucking guy that's collecting all the stones? They're trying to go around the world and install central banks into every single country in the world. And in 1963, they didn't have that done. That wasn't. They had a lot of countries to go before they installed their. It was only 1913 before they got their central bank here. So I think that they're just stacking on their plan. And I don't think Kennedy necessarily wanted to go all the way along with it. Like I said, I'm sure they know each other. They went to parties together, but I think he was trying to do his own thing. That's kind of how I see it. And like I said, just to simplify my point, I think he actually did enough publicly to actually have Israel want to kill him.
Well, okay, but if post World War II, if they have like the level of control that they have, like why would they let this guy be the president of the whole, you know what I'm saying, the whole thing? Like unless he was completely in on like being a 100% like channel for them to just basically read whatever speeches he gives them, or do you not see it on that level? Because I mean, I'm just saying post World War II, like because if we go before World War II, we could go into all the especially before World War One, even more so. But
Well, I have an interesting point on that. According, like I said, been a while, but according to Ryan Dawson, he claims that Kennedy, the Kennedy election wasn't all above ground. That Kennedy himself rigged the election to get elected in the first place through the use of the mob. According to him, I found that pretty interesting. Like he promised the mob a bunch of things, and then he reneged on their deal too. Like so, the organized mob wanted to get in on him dying as well.
But why would they do it like at a parade in the middle of the day where they could get busted easily? Where the whole thing, like what if it was real, I'm saying why if somebody wanted
If it
to kill
wasn't
him,
supposed to be a show,
yeah,
like a theatrical show. You're right. That makes a good point too.
yeah, because there's so many other ways to do it, like when he's getting in his car or getting in his airplane or whatever.
Poisoning's probably the easiest way to do it. Yeah, yeah, that's a good point.
Or even just a sniper shot, whatever. Like when when he's like, I don't know. I'm not gonna think like a murderer, but I'm just saying, like, yeah, in broad daylight when he's like at this parade thing. I mean, he was just like waving, going through, and then trying to like aim. I mean, I've thought about it. Like, I mean, even before I've come to some of these other, like, perspectives on what it all is. I definitely like considered all of the different shooting angles and stuff. And I mean, it's not impossible that people could have been hiding in the grassy knoll and or someone shooting up from a building. I mean, all that's not like an impossible thing, but yeah, the question is that really what happened? And then like is that like because the Secret Service like they should have that whole area cleared and being monitored. Like you don't just have open areas that people can just stroll along behind a bush with a rifle and start firing bullets, Like, they got to have like I don't know, unless it was just really like that weak of security back then, which it probably was, like, to a degree. But that's kind of how I used to think. I mean, think of it. I mean, I wasn't alive then, so I can't obviously say, but that's what I've thought. Like when I have considered the grassy knoll thing, if that was real, I was kind of like, okay, well, how did they like just took their rifles and snuck in back there and just whipped them out and just it is quite like a movie script.
I mean, you've heard the theory that somebody might have been in the sewer drain, the sewer that's right there on the road too, right?
Yeah, I've heard that.
Really?
What
So a
is
shot
that?
right up back into the left, right up from the sewer.
Yep.
Do you think that's the one that took the fatal blow? Are you a sewer shooter?
I have no idea. All I know is that the whole thing stinks to high heaven, and it to me was obviously planned and orchestrated. Whether you want to believe that he was shot that day was killed somewhere else, was never shot, and he's, you know, another president that we may or may not have had, Jimmy Carter, whatever. Who knows? All I know is the whole thing stinks to high heaven, and they obviously used it for some sort of purpose to get somebody in there to do something. Get him out. And I think it's kind of like Lovos was alluding to. I think it's possible that they put these people in power kind of as puppets, right? And it reminds me of the Bill Hicks bit where he's like, I think when you become president, you get taken into a smoky, dark room in the back of the White House, and they roll down a movie screen, and then you get presented with a video of the assassination of JFK from an angle that nobody's ever seen before. And there's just a bunch of guys smoking cigars. The film rolls. Then it's done. The lights come up, and they look at you and they say, "Any questions?" Basically, like they use it as blackmail for every future president. Like, hey, yeah, you might not be fully connected to everything that we do. You're only going to know a portion of it. But if you get out of line, this is what's going to happen to you.
That is what I was thinking when you asked me, Gio, why would they do it in a public square like that? It was like a warning to all the rest of the presidents, basically.
Because I think they're
and maybe even a warning. Oh, go ahead. Well, maybe even just real quick. Maybe even a warning to the people, because remember he was talking about like there's a conspiracy, and then now he gets taken out. So it's almost like, hey, if we can take the president out in broad daylight, like you better not speak up about it either. Like it could be that kind of psyop part of it too.
Yeah, and then you have the whole moon landing, Vietnam War, like all that stuff, but just kind of spirals from there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure with his fiscal policies, he probably like he wanted to go to the moon, at least was talking about it or whatever. But I don't think he would have gone back on his word when they found out that it was basically not going to happen. Right? I don't know if I honestly don't think they tell the president 100% of everything. I don't think they're clued in on 100% of what's going on. They get thing. I don't think they're clued in on 100% of what's going on. They get briefed by people. They know some shit that's going on. They have some levers of control, but there's a lot of people around them controlling a lot of different things. There's lots of facets to the US government and the different agencies that are all involved and have their irons in the fire. But I don't know. It just seems like I don't think it was some random guy who just wanted to see the president dead that shot at him. Same way I don't think it was just some random guy that just happened to be up on a roof shooting at President Trump. And people are saying there's somebody on the roof and Secret Service is nowhere around until shots are fired, like it all just stinks to high heaven.
Yeah. I know, dude. It is a cluster F of all Fs. But dude, what do you think he was actually shot that day, or what are your general thoughts, or do you think it could have been a stage or a hoax type of thing, to where he either remained alive, not necessarily that he became Jimmy Carter, but just maybe that he didn't actually die that day, or there wasn't actually a killing.
I mean, I leave all possibilities on the table. One thing that I feel like I'm confident in is that what we're told about what took place is not correct.
Yeah.
And I used to spend a lot of time on like going down the rabbit holes and trying to figure out what were all the details of what took place. And I just found that that's so much time wasted on trying to figure out details that you're never going to fully understand, comprehend, or get a good grasp of. But understanding that what you're being told is a lie is just all you really need to know.
So you're telling me that the Warren report is not just 100% correct on this one?
Yep, the same way that the 9/11 Commission report isn't 100% correct.
By the way, Dulles was on the Warren report, who got fired in '61 by Kennedy himself.
Yeah, there you go. Go ahead and name the airport after him.
No, I know it's wild to think that's not like a real, because basically what that is, that's like a snuff film. Isn't that what they call it when it's like someone being killed? It's like a snuff film. It's kind of wild that they just like let this be public. Like, oh, because it's the president. Because like other snuff films, like you can't just release videos of people being shot on the internet, right? It's gonna be like, there's like law. Isn't there like laws about that too?
No, the early 90s was kind of the Wild West. You could find things.
No, I probably, but I'm just saying like
E-bombs world.
Yeah. Rotten.com, all those fun ones.
Yeah, the internet was a very different place. I was going to mention that earlier when we were talking about it. Does anybody remember? I distinctly remember a big change in about 2017 or 18, just with search engines in general, just very different. I think we got about 15 years of really good internet, meaning that I know it was still a thing back before that, but the internet was just it was just shit. It was just so slow on dial-up, right? I'm just saying, for about 10 or 15 years, we had pretty good a pretty good thing going.
I feel like it might have been locked down well before that. Like I feel like 2012, it was already pretty well. Like the algorithms were pretty well compartmentalizing people.
Yeah, that's
And it
about
could have
what I
been,
remember too. Yeah, those first 5 years, like that for me, the heyday was those first 5 years of YouTube was fucking fun, man. I would love to, like, if YouTube would give me the list of all the videos that I watched during that time, I would love it.
Dude, peak internet was like 2005 to 2006 time frame.
Well, but I'm just saying, there's you. Well, I don't know if it was the same for you guys, but I'm just saying you could feel those distinct changes from the one moment to the next. I could anyway. Certainly, and like I said, it was around 2017 or 18, somewhere around there.
Yeah, it got tighter at that point, but I feel like as Facebook came in and MySpace went away, like that was a pivotal point, at least for me, where things started to change. But
I was going to say,
I gotta go play some hockey. Talk to y'all later.
Pre-Google. I remember search queries before Google was even a thing. So, but Andy, you can still find some decent stuff. I don't know if you use Yandex instead of Google, but that would be my recommendation to you.
I don't think I've ever heard of that. Yandex. How do you spell that? Yendex.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yandex. Yes, sir. That's about the closest thing to a pre-Google search query you can find nowadays.
I'm going to check that out.
I thought that was a Russian
it is.
server.
It is.
I would have thought you'd have to be careful with that then, because they've got their own bloody propaganda. Mind you, they're all paid by wealthy people. I mean, who are we kidding? It makes me laugh. I know I always argue with SE about this, but it seems it's so obvious that they all owned and controlled by the same entities. You know, I could walk you back through the Bolshevik Revolution to the French Revolution. They're all controlled by the same people, right? Back to the Knights Templars.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly. And it's like back even to linking it to the Kennedy thing as well, because I'm still thinking about that for some reason. But yeah, like I just can't think of any way because they're not just going to give the presidency to any dude, especially after World War II. He would totally be a guy that is going to be just basically, and he did have a lot of appeal. But I mean, like, I guess levels, like, do you think Kennedy, even like his viewpoints were even really his, or is he just literally reading a script and being told, what to say?
Like way before my time, but I remember being if that's actually true, if he did write those things in his diaries and he did travel to Germany 3 months after World War II ended and he wrote those things, that would be pretty eye-opening to me if those were honest thoughts. And I would answer your question by saying yes. I think he had his own thoughts on what he wanted to do with America.
Do you know that Kennedy was gay as they come? The whole thing about Marilyn Monroe was all just nonsense. That was just to, like, make him sound like he was a playboy. There was a guy that his boyfriend took pictures with him all the time.
Yeah, we mentioned it earlier, dude.
Remember when Benjamin
Lem.
did that show on it?
Yeah.
Yeah. He had his own house. He had his own room in the house, and he had some really weird pictures of like sitting on the end of like this pickup truck in their matching shorts, holding puppy dogs. It was freaking weird.
Yeah, just to say.
So like,
I was just going to say, Levelist, this is a very different experience. Just typing in David Irving historian. That's the first thing I typed in, and it's a very different result. I'm quite impressed with that because normally it's like, hateful bigot or neo-Nazi. They're usually the ones, the links you get, but there's none of that on this. That's excellent.
Yes, sir.
So Levelist, like with something like, okay, JFK, if you're saying he was making his own decision, now does that mean that he has power over, like, let's just say the controllers, like whatever that network is, like he has power over them, or they still have power over him, which means he then is like basically subservient to something, above him?
Well, I would just say that I think all of those organizations are still in the process of being set up. Like there's a very good case for the actual reason for World War II happening was to further set up the bank, the UN bank in Switzerland. So like using the reparations to fund the One World Orders Bank, like all these things, all these cogs being put in place, you can't just do everything overnight. Like you've heard they have 100-year plans. I think that's what's going on. It's only 63. They've only been in power. They've only had control over the Federal Reserve for 50 years at that point. I mean, it does seem like a long time, but I think it's just incremental. Like they give everybody the option. They give you the option. Can we finance your vote? Like once you get into Congress, once you become a politician, can we fund your votes? I don't think it's like an overt, like, hey, do you want to be invited to the baby sacrifice that we're going to over here? I think it's like, does that make sense? Like, I don't think they just shoved the whole Israeli thing. Like Israel itself had only been a country for 14 years at that point. Right? Am I doing the math right? 15 years. So like they didn't have everything figured out. All these organizations weren't up and running yet. So I do think that other power players were still mulling around. Yes. He does come from old money, right?
I have heard the whole theory about, he told him he was going to play ball, but then right as getting in, kind of pulled a lot of things like, you hear about him printing silver-backed currency and other reasons like that, why the oil cartel, freaking Texas, didn't want him around anymore, and Onassis and all that gang didn't want him around because he all of a sudden got in charge and was like, well, now I'm in charge. And they were like, nah, we put you in, you out. That was the story.
Well, that sent the whole 60s into turmoil, really. Like, because the beginning of the 60s were still kind of like bleeding over from the 50s. But then when that happened, people like somewhat lost their minds a little bit there for a bit. And then
yeah, 65 was the immigration bill, dude. That's really what expedited the whole process.
Yep. Yeah, dude, I just I can only see like post World War II, especially a president of the United States would be somebody that is so deeply kind of already like in the pockets, as it were, to say the least, of entities, you know, that they have to be subservient to and like say certain things. Like even the speeches, like, you know, the one that like is so ingrained in people's minds, that one like famous one where he's talking about where John F. Kennedy's talking about conspiracies and like how, you know, it's repugnant and all this stuff. That is like, he is definitely tapped into something there. Now, like, do you think he wrote that, or think it was written for him? And then the thing is, like, the whole like, kind of like death of a king, because essentially it would be like a psyop of sorts, meaning like, don't actually kill, you don't have to actually kill the guy. You can just stage it, and then, yeah, of course, with the composites of the footage and all that stuff that they ended up putting out anyways. And then they can just basically control this whole like psyop rollout, which is what they did. Like, that's why they like kind of like that like lit the whole 60s into effect, where like they started kind of trying to like clamp down on control, but then people went the other way, it seems, and like rebelled more.
You know, the Zapruder film. You know all about the Zapruder film, right? The footage isn't real. All the footage that everybody thinks is happening with the car going down the street and then him getting shot. People are like examining it like that really happened. It wasn't televised. That was made like 10 years after it happened. It's called the Zapruder film. So people talk about it like they analyze it like, oh, the magic bullet and this and that. Like, well, it wasn't on television. It was on the radio. People don't really know that. The Zapruder film was made by a sneaky little grabbler 10 years later. I've heard that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm kind of asking Levelist, like, what you think, just kind of in either in comparison, maybe to what myself or others, or in similarities or whatever it may be, because it's pretty interesting. Yeah, because there's a lot of like layers to this as to how it could be playing out. But like, I would say one thing, like for example, like if there is more of kind of like someone's echoing. If there's kind of a what I was gonna say is that like if there's a component of like after World War II, in terms of like the United Nations and then creating this kind of like new world order, basically the idea that they had control over like all the major countries and the world banks, to the point to where, you know, there really aren't any like major actual fights going on. It's that part's all like pretty much all has to be fabricated, because it's like one big corporation post World War II. So I don't know how like far on that you would go, like in terms of like what you think is, you know, the case with that. But if it is to that level, then that whole kind of narrative that there's like these countries that all have beef with each other that are trying to kill each other, could that also be fabricated and part of kind of the stage of it all to make it seem like it is real? Is real. Seem that it is real. LOL.
I don't know. That seems above my pay grade. I would have to go over all that evidence again and refresh my memory, but I'm definitely open to having my mind changed on it, but that as of right now, with the research I have fresh in my mind, that's kind of how I see it. I don't obviously I don't think that there's no current U.S. president would be able to be elected, but as far as back then, I kind of think it might have still been possible. Is that naive to think that? Perhaps.
Wait, that he could not be part of like the royal bloodlines, and he could just his family could have just been a regular family that was wealthy, and then he got
Or
elected. You mean?
just like adjacent to the other power structure, power adjacent.
Well, it's just a big thing to give a presidency to anyone because, especially with the Federal Reserve and going into that late 50s and 60s, and then the way they were rolling everything out was pretty wild. So they needed that Federal Reserve to be solid. So yeah, I mean, and some of those speeches are just so eerie when he's talking about. It's like he's kind of like speaking out against conspiracies, and then he gets killed. Like, seems like that's kind of partly like what they wanted connected in people's minds.
I don't actually recall when the add-on to the conspiracy of JFK where he didn't actually die. I don't know when that became a thing. I remember being surprised by it the first time Riggs said it. I was like, "What? Wait a minute. When did I miss that loop? I don't remember when it came out."
No, people have always said that for years. The thing that he wasn't actually killed that day. Yeah, no, that's always been like one of the perspectives on it. You're just saying you had heard of it recently. You're saying? Or,
Yeah, I
I
didn't hear
mean,
about it
from
until
him.
like maybe 18 months ago or something like that.
Yeah. But I hear you. Like, it's not like one of the more kind of popular ones per se, though. Yeah, it's not like that. There's a huge amount of people. It seems like most people do think he was killed, that he was shot. You know. So even at that, yeah, it's even a smaller percent that think that he wasn't even shot at all. Um,
Have
but
you
there's always
heard
been people that have had that perspective on it too.
heard the one version where G. Gordon Liddy supposedly goes and shoots that one cop that gets killed on the same day that looks like really close. He looks almost like JFK's brother or something, like same height, same kind of build. And G. Gordon Liddy goes, that guy, and they use his body for the autopsy. Um, I don't know if you
What do you guys think of it?
looked into
I
that.
don't know. Yeah, I haven't, but if anyone else wants to comment on it, I've got an analogy I want to bring up, and I'll do that because anyone else wants to jump in. So Caesar, the play Shakespeare. I don't know. What do you guys reckon? JFK is Caesar, assassinated by Brutus. But then there's obviously like the public sort of perception. There's an internal perception of this as a power struggle. But yeah, JFK, beloved by the people, and Caesar, beloved by the people. And then he gets brutally murdered by Brutus. I can see this being theatre. I'd want to go look. I just thought about it off the top. So I'd probably need to go looking into a little bit more of a deeper connection and analogy with this. But yeah, the thespians are at it again.
How about Lincoln? Was Lincoln really shot?
I thought he was a vampire or something, was he? Oh no, he's a vampire hunter. No idea. I mean, apparently he was a vegan and
Seems
gay.
like seems like the JFK
uh,
thing was like the JFK was just like one of their first big kind of rolled like psyops. It was like one of the major first one, really. It was kind of the first major one that they did, and like like after World War II, because like in the 50s they were just getting stuff like settled and getting like more like money to schools and things like this, just try to build more like industry, and then keeping everything, doing everything they were doing, and then in the 60s
See, I guess I see it differently. Where I don't think that him not dying is the big magic trick. To me, the actual big magic trick is to keep Israel's involvement in that away from the public. Is the actual big picture magic trick. That's the win for them. Israel isn't mentioned in the movie, right? The Costner movie, not one time. So I mean, attempting to keep Israel's involvement away is the most important thing of all of it.
Yeah, I do suspect that the top echelon do have something of a competitor. Like they need to compete. Sort of said this before. It can't be kind of complete singular control, although there may be something said to that. But I suspect that they're running some form of like controlled competition. They're allowed to battle on certain topics and use the public and population and convince them of things. Other topics are off topic. So yeah, you can't talk about space being fake. But you can get involved in the gender wars because that's their divide and conquer. They don't really want anyone to be sort of challenging them on the space is fake stuff. And what is it? JFK, the sort of is it like the Democrat, like so democracy as we know it, this sort of left-right paradigm. I mean, I don't know too much really about how it historically got started, but essentially, if it was mostly monarchies pre-World War One, and then they've basically bought in through the world wars. They've bought in their democratic system, and then they've created their Julius Caesar-like figure on the global scale, being JFK, and they've had him assassinated just like in the play. And they get to sort of benefit off all of the trauma-based mind control that sort of sets that forth. I suspect now we may be moving into this is just, I'm theory crafting out of nowhere here at the moment. We're moving into a new era. It seems to me that they want to capitulate the democratic system now in sort of more kind of to shift it. So I don't know, it's a bit scary to think about, right? But they could actually go for another world war in an attempt to trigger the the transition. What a word.
What do you think too? Yeah, no, I hear you on those points as well. And just LinkedIn, like, kind of linked to this in terms of the staging part. What do you guys think, like level is as well, like that the car like slowed down and stopped right when, and then the shots went off, and then it sped up and went off, just like it would in Hollywood, where it like slows down, the action happens, and then the car proceeds. Or was the driver then in on it? The driver was told like, hey, like if it was more on the legit side, let's say the driver was like told like, all right, you got to slow down and stop. We're gonna take some shots. We're gonna get him. Once he's hit, you drive off, because then the driver would have to be in on it, I suppose, right? Because he like slowed
which
down.
is Bill Cooper, yeah.
Oh,
Well,
you're
I'm
saying
trying to find that footage right now.
Bill Cooper saying he slowed down and shot him? That the driver did?
That's what I told you. That's where I found out about it first. Was it shows like you can freeze it and it appears as if he's holding like a 1911 with his what is he? So he's driving with his right hand. It looks like he has his left hand and he's like wrapped all the way around and shoots him. But that was a long time ago, way before 4K.
Yeah, well, I was just going to comment. Dude, we are right inside the looking glass right now. They could basically bring out a new film angle from a different direction, right? Completely produced by AI. I think in one of those films, don't they say that the video of Kennedy was cropped, and then they say that they showed this sort of like, oh, this is the original film, and they uncrop it and they sort of zooms out and it gives you a better understanding of what's going on with the driver at that point. I mean, I don't know, man. What if they can just recreate this shit and then they tie in with previous footage and they can make it look all like high fidelity anyway?
Doesn't anybody know about this?
I mean, dude, considering it was the driver, like, okay, if it was the driver, that would be like maybe not quite no planes, but at least, like maybe like jet fuel doesn't melt steel beams. At least it's equal to.
Why would you, if you were the driver, why would you do it there in the open like that? I mean, I guess you'd have to have the whole plot point run out that it was, he's in the open, so he could be shot by Lee Harvey. Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. But then they had to do it publicly. I think that was really part of the trauma aspect.
I mean, do you guys think that these controller or like the president is in such a position that they can just get like this can happen like that readily? Because it just seems to me like they have the ability to keep like everywhere that he's around. They should be able to keep it completely secure.
Well, I don't know. This story works on so many great angles for them. Trauma-based. Oh, one sec. There's a big snake in the yard. You guys want to see a big snake? One sec. I'll finish this thought though. Trauma-based mind control for the masses. What was he talking about prior to being assassinated? He was talking about secret societies. So anyone who wants to consider being a whistleblower, here you go. This is what happens to whistleblowers. Check out Kennedy, right? So that sort of creates a what is it called, like a pretty kind of good sort of social control means of preventing information from being spoken about in the general public. And you just run Operation Mockingbird, for a couple more decades, and well, here we are.
Yep.
Yeah, 2 generations is all you need to completely change history. Official history.
It is pretty fun and wild how many different theories there are about all of it. Like, yeah, the driver thing. That is interesting. Dude, I actually saw that car in real life. The limousine. Because they have it on display in a museum, and I went and saw it there. It was like apparently the car that like he was shot in. I couldn't like touch it, but I could see it. I was like 5 feet away from it. But they claimed it was the car.
Do you know what kind of snake that is?
Python.
Yeah.
A pretty one.
What's
I don't know how good the quality is.
Is it venomous?
No, it's non-venomous. They go for the rats and stuff. Is that really bad quality though?
No, it was
really
fine.
bad quality on mine. Really?
It was okay. Yeah. But with what Gio was just saying, that is kind of the best part about JFK, in that it's vague enough and there's so many layers to the point to where everybody has JFK as their conspiracy, either with it being about aliens or about banksters or about Israel or about this. Like, every single person can just take their worldview and imprint it onto JFK was my guy, and that's why he got killed.
You could throw CIA in there too.
Yeah, little alphabet agencies.
That is how Vinny from Patrick Bet David's podcast, that's how he summarized it. He goes, whatever angle you've already seen and want to push, it's in those files, those 86,000 that got released. If you want to say it's CIA, there's evidence in there for you. If you want to say it's Israel, it's evidence in there for you. You want to say it's mob, it's in there for you. So,
what if I want to say he didn't die? Not in there. Guaranteed.
Which one? JFK didn't die?
Yeah, the conspiracy that he didn't actually die and he was just taken off the stage in that character.
Yeah. I was saying that earlier. Yeah, I was talking about that, and we were talking about how. Is that? Do you think that they? Okay, then do you think the Zapruder film is like? What do you think that it? Yeah, what do you think then? Is that what you think it is?
Yeah, I mean, it's released so much longer. There's so many things that would imply that it is a deception. I think like the first frame of the original copy is like purple. Purple being a color of deception, commonly. So I would say the Zapruder film is entirely a Hollywood construct.
Well, they rolled out like a whole psyop after it too. You know, it seems like right after it happened, just like with 9/11 and these other events, like they had a whole planned rollout of what happened after that. Definitely the moon landing was part of it because in those years after he was like allegedly assassinated, you know, he had said like, you know, we vow to get to the moon by the end of the decade. And then that built up all this energy for them to do the whole fake moon landing by the end of the decade, which they did it in 69, claimed to have. So that was all part of a much bigger psyop linked to the moon landing to get everybody full-fledged leveraging that way. Like, oh, they killed our president and he said we were going to get to the moon. Are we going to get there? And then, oh my God, it came together. They did it, you know, and like trying to maybe even connecting to, you know, trying to kind of honor him or whatever. And that's part of why, like, when they have like this death of a king, they can use it to manipulate the people through this.
Yeah, that's actually a really great point. You know, the biggest reason the moon landing is faked is because otherwise it would be the only government project that actually came on time. They said it was going to come by the end of the decade, and it did. Meanwhile, there's a road that should have been done in, you know, a month, and it's 18 months later, and it's still being worked on.
It's not bad, actually.
Well, I didn't really think that JFK was not actually killed until quite a bit like later in my journey with all of this. So, yeah, it is. I mean, at the beginning, like back in 2000, in the 2000s, basically all through the 2000s and then 20 teens and all that. I didn't necessarily think it that whole time.
I have no way of.
I originally thought that it was real. That.
See, I have a different theory. I haven't done the requisite research to substantiate it, but the Israel, right? Israel's formed in 48, and shortly after America and Israel enter into a technology transfer agreement. It's called the Bird and the Bard, BARD and BIRD, and to me, that screams like it sets the stage for why the Cold War went on and possibly why they introduced this thing like the space agency where there all this funding is going into all this technology, but in reality we're being fleeced as taxpayers to pay for the buildup of Israel itself as a country. I think that Israel's just receiving all this tech and they're building their country on our tax dollars is what's actually going on. That's how I see it.
If the driver shot him like IRL, like if that actually happened with the JFK thing, like wouldn't the other people in the car, like that other, like the other, because there was like 6 people in the car, right?
With that whole Zapruder film, that's why they say Jackie was trying to get out of the back. Because she was so scared that she was going to get shot because she just saw her husband shot by the driver. That's the theory with it.
Yeah, but then why would she have gotten up on the back of that? She would have had to like huddle down.
Well, they say she was trying to climb out the back of the car, but the Secret Service guy stopped her.
Is there any contention that the Zapruder film did come out 10 years later? I mean, does anybody disagree with that? I mean, not that I was there and I talked to Mr. Zapruder. I'm just saying,
Well,
like,
from what I found,
know.
the very first I found was 69, which would have been 6 years later, and then in 1970. But those were maybe just like shorter like showings of it. And then it wasn't until like 75 that it really kind of hit like mainstream news and all that, it seems like.
But the whole
Yeah. So what's the
it
narrative
wasn't
to
shown
that?
on TV. It was only shown on. It was only you can only listen to it on the radio. The only people that saw it were people who were there. I don't know. Is that also a true statement?
Nobody saw the Zapruder film until at least 69, which was like 6 years later or whatever. Yeah, another really interesting point, never really see people talking about it, is that Jackie is wearing the same dress during the funeral procession as in the film. So that entire time, she just didn't feel the need to get changed after this, tragic thing where, your husband's brains are all over your dress.
Obviously, so shocked. Didn't have.
Yeah. So they say the ceremony was held. Yeah. They say the ceremony was held the next morning. And so an entire day went past and she's still wearing the exact same dress.
They had like butlers and shit, right? Like somebody would have told her, "Look, we got to get you out of the clothes," right?
Yeah, I mean, when bad things happen, going in and taking a shower is the best way to like cleanse yourself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's just bizarre on every level, but it's kind of a dead giveaway that something's going on. Yeah. Why wouldn't she have just cleaned up? And that was like a whole thing too. That was like a shocking thing. Like, oh my god, it was still on her dress. Like that's something that people have been talking about. Like they spread that far and wide.
Not sure. Is it low resolution for you guys? The image?
Because people get like people get like horrified by that. They're like, oh my gosh.
I mean, wouldn't it be for an emotional, attaching story after if this woman didn't change her dress because what happened and all these horrible things? Or would you say that what is said in the image there would be a so-called script glitch? I mean, if this person just lost her, I don't know, and is so fucked up, maybe she won't change for a night, and just be totally traumatized and sit there and I don't know, freeze, So this could be also recycled as a emotionally attaching story. But I don't know about this circumstance. It's the first time I hear about that. But this angle I'm taking.
The problem is it just flies in the face of what general human behavior would be. Like you could guarantee in any regular situation when, somebody's husband gets shot, in front of them and like blood splatters on their dress, they're going to take it off, especially when you give a full day of time to like do it, because you're going to want to take a shower. You're going to want to not have your husband's brains on your dress, because that would be even worse. That'd be even more traumatizing. You'd want to get out of that dress as soon as possible.
Well, maybe someone else might have a different point of view, but that does seem logical.
I want Gio. I just wanted to add. I forgot about this point. I'm starting to listen to the beginning of Ryan Dawson talk about the JFK files, and another key point to my narrative that JFK was actually threatening Israel is that he was really pushing on the nuclear, right? The Dimona test facility. If it was to become public knowledge that Israel had a nuclear facility, that would preclude them from gaining any more funding from America. It would cut off the foreign aid to Israel if that was to become public knowledge. And to this day, they still don't acknowledge it publicly because they would have to stop taking funding. And that dude, the guy that prevented that information from coming out, Andy mentioned him earlier, James Jesus Angleton. That guy's not Jewish, by the way, but he got like a full-fledged funeral in Israel. Why would Israel like honor a non-Jewish guy in Israel at his death?
So there seems to be some motive there.
Anyway, I'm gonna pop back over.
What's the topic? Got a little levelist in the house today. Good to see you showing a little life.
Yeah, they were discussing the JFK files and whether or not it was staged and giving good evidence for both sides. What do you think, Jeremy? If you don't mind me asking, you don't have to answer.
JFK, well, I said it earlier. If you want to, normally when a detective's looking for, who killed this person, they'll instantly, it's probably at the top of their list to look for a money motive. And if we were to do that with this, I mean, this guy wanted to shut down the Fed. I don't know what more of a money motive you need than that.
Yeah.
But
What
you
a
want to
wild
know who killed
history.
JFK, follow the money. I mean, you would realistically never let the president be driving through an area like that. All it takes is 1 second for someone to pop out and pop back. Like the whole thing only takes literally like seconds. You know what I'm saying? So like you're only visible for a few seconds. You could have guys scanning windows and shit, but that works if you're in a stationary position. But when you're riding through a city, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of windows and a lot of streets and stuff. So there's a reason why the limo's bulletproof. You don't take the top down.
That's right. A lot of mobsters back then in those days.
Yeah, I know. There's the mobster story about how he was sleeping with Jackie O or something. I don't know, dude. Well, no, not Jackie O. What's the chick with the skirt? Whatever, bro. Whatever. You know the chick. Marilyn Monroe.
Oh,
right?
yeah. That's right.
And she was messing with a mobster, and a mobster had him killed or something like that's a bit far fetched. I'm not saying it's out of the realm of possibility. I'm just saying that don't sound like a smart mobster move to do, really. You know what I'm saying?
That one, yeah, yeah.
So,
but I was just thinking how it was so violent back in the days. They had so many assassinations taking place. Some people speculated that there was a time where they had lead added to the fuel because maybe they thought the lead was a good way to drive revenue because initially they were putting lead in a lot of products because they could just sell lead and then it was very lucrative. But supposedly people found out, oh, we shouldn't be putting lead in the air because it's polluting us. Might lead to poisoning, and some speculate that in some of the areas like Detroit and other areas where they had leaded fuel, all that led to maybe short-term madness, and that's what contributed to some of the high crime rates. I looked into. There was a story where this guy started to look into lead. It was the story of the first clean room in America, and essentially the room he was trying to make was contaminated with lead because lead was essentially in everything. So he had to rebuild the lab with new materials, and kind of an interesting story. But then eventually it put some insight in the lead, and they took it out of the fuel. But
yeah, you don't want to mess with lead. It's no good.
Oh yeah.
I'll take a heavy hard
Right?
pass on lead.
I mean, don't they say all metals decay into lead? Lead's like rotten metal, basically.
You know what gets lead out?
What's
I'm
that?
not really outwardly recommending it because it is kind of somewhat of a concocted chemical, but it's called EDTA. EDTA. It's like a, it's basically a chelator. So it chelates metals and particularly lead. EDTA is known for it's been shown scientific, actually in laboratory testing and so on that it can remove a lot massive amounts of lead from the body effectively.
Amazing. Thank you, Gio. Have you guys? What about the theory that lead paint in the walls was actually a good thing, protecting us from maybe I guess
EMFs.
Gio, you've heard that, yeah?
Could be,
That's not a good thing, though, dude. Because when you got to sandpaper and do stuff, construction stuff, that shit gets right in the air, bro.
No, I mean that's
Sandpaper.
the thing is that you're not eating the paint chips, and paint typically doesn't go in the air normally unless you are doing work. And when you are doing work, wear proper PPE.
Nobody does that, dude.
There's got to be a better material. Yasuke, there's got to be a better way for that. Because I hear you, blocking EMFs could be cool. Make Faraday cage paint or Faraday cage walls.
Yeah, it's just
wallpaper with lead embedded in it. That'd be kind of heavy, though, huh?
Faraday wallpaper.
Oh, then your house burns down. Now all that lead's just in the air.
I mean, I would ideally be away from the house to where I'm not breathing in the fumes.
What if you are, though? What if there's a crosswind?
Well, that's why you don't even want to build with anything toxic in the first place. So, ideally, because
exactly.
I mean, at some point, yeah, because you don't even want that going back into the earth.
I mean,
wherever
lead,
that shit
lead
is
in the earth,
leave it there. Yeah, but wherever it is, just leave it there.
It's one of those things that it's just
don't all the metals decay into lead. It's like rotten metal, basically. You know what I'm saying?
It must have some benefits, though, right? If we go to the emergency and we need let's say, an X-ray or sometimes those lead blankets would protect us. What do you guys think? Would it have any application? But I agree
Yeah,
with
they're
you. Yeah.
shooting X-ray at my head, and they put a lead vest on me. It's like, well, what about my neck and my head?
Dude, I got a piece of lead in my spine, and I've been paralyzed for over 30 years, and I'm still alive. So it's kind of proof that you know, if you have lead in your body, it's freaking healthy.
Yeah. I mean,
About
it's
all
just
the
kind of one of
pain.
those. It's just kind of one of those things that, like, if there is a better solution, then like, has anybody come up with it? And then if not, there's also the question of there's probably a reason why it was made illegal, and having like a giant like fear propaganda campaign against it.
For
You know,
for paint, there's definitely a better solution. We did invent it, and we're using it right now.
no paint for the purposes of having paint that
Oh, that
is
blocks
that
EMF.
blocks EMFs. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know.
I like that idea.
Aluminum foil your walls or something, bro. I don't know.
I tried to say it earlier. It's called Faraday fabric. You can just buy it on eBay. And then
There
there's
we go.
different things
Drape
you
your
can
walls
do.
and go ahead.
Yeah, like there's one for control modules for your car and shit. Like my buddy has all his cars hardened against like, EMP attack or whatever.
Oh yeah, you can't be kept. What are you, some sucker driving around? Your car's not ready for an EMP attack? I know. I hear that.
I was gonna say, what is he, a vigilante or something? He's
Wait.
Yeah. What's your
mounting up.
who's your friend? Who's your friend? Batman?
Fuck, you guys all got your dicks in your
What's this
fucking
guy
hand
live in
out here.
What's this guy live in Metropolis?
No, we live in the mountains, dog.
I
We
want to
think
see it
ahead.
done. I want to see him set off an EMP or like do a little mini one and show that that freaking little fabric's gonna freaking really work. I mean, is there some guarantee?
Probably woven with metal. There's probably some metal woven into it. I actually bought paracord that comes with a copper. You know how paracord comes with the 7 strands? This one comes with the 7 strands, and it's got a copper wire in it and a fire starting thing or something. But I thought it was neat that the copper wire was in there. It's very thin. I don't know what you'd even use it for. I wouldn't use it as a snare or anything. Even it's like so thin.
That's really interesting. That's a cool piece, though.
Wait, does it come with a ferro rod in the end?
No, I do have shoelaces like that though that have ferro rod, and then it even came with a striker for the shoelaces. You weave it into the laces. The
Maybe you could
tips,
collect.
you know how the
Go ahead.
tip, you put the tips through the holes, and it's like that hard plastic thing. Instead of the hard plastic thing, this was just like a little ferro rod on each tip.
Cool.
Maybe
I
you
love
could
body
use it to
short
collect
crap.
water. I heard copper actually helps kill bacteria by short circuiting their membrane, and then their guts just spill out.
Copper is antimicrobial.
Yeah.
That's dope. I ain't never seen no bacteria on a Statue of Liberty. Speaking of that, you guys heard that some guy out in France asked for the Statue of Liberty back? He better fix his mouth. That guy probably got fired.
It was gifted by a Freemason. And they have another one in France that's like similar.
And she's a dude.
Yeah.
Yasuke is the Statue of Liberty, dude.
No, it's a gender
Yeah,
bender.
have you seen her walk downstairs?
It is. Is Yasuke still in here?
No.
He just talked.
No.
So he
I gotta
skipped.
go. I thought he just said something.
I think he ran away.
Well, am I tripping?
Not this again. Out of here.
We'll have to save it for next time. Like, was the Statue of Liberty born a woman or a man, and which way did they flip? What is going on?
Yeah, we'll get him next time.
Speaking of women, who's going to be the first female president?
The fact Hillary Clinton didn't get it speaks volumes for how wildly corrupt the Clintons are.
Oh yeah.
Like, dude, you're Hillary Clinton. You've been in the White House. You've been a senator. Heads know you. You're just that corrupt. You're the first woman running for president. Clinton's a household name. You're that corrupt though that you just can't get it.
True.
It didn't help she went up against Trump. I would have to say if she went up against anyone else, she probably would have got it. Because Trump is also a household name. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And a lot of people on the inside already knew him because he already built connections, supposedly.
Candace Owens for president.
Hmm. I like that.
Or they're planning an event for like 2029.
Yeah, 2030, right? Whatever. If something comes up, yes, we should be preparing because it's only all logical, right? Let's say if the truth starts to spread in a way that they can't control, it's just going to be another method, another royal flush that they're going to play. As you know, royal flush tribute to Trump. He was talking about, you don't have the cards. I don't play poker personally, but I can see why people have fun doing that. But the royal flush, if I'm not mistaken, in spades is the top royal flush.
Clearly, you're not a golfer. That's not how it works in spades. In poker, the royal flush is the highest hand you can get, yes.
Oh yeah, but imagine if everyone plays a royal flush, which royal flush wins? It's if I'm not mistaken, it's the spades. I don't know who comes after that.
It's not suit oriented. No, it doesn't matter.
Alphabetical.
No, it doesn't matter, dude. If you have three of a kind and I have, what's that? You just tied. It's a split pot. That's it. Nothing crazy happens. It's not. There's no suit that trumps another suit. This isn't spades. It's poker.
Yeah.
Shit, over and over.
11-11.
Are you gonna fucking get some of those things separated so you can grow them, or are you just gonna sit here and waste light and just waste shit on fucking spindly shit?
All right, Bears hot mic and time him out for 7 days.
It's interesting we still go by 7 days, isn't it? In the Bible, it talks about going 7. It was made in 7 days, and we still go by that. Is that a coincidence?
6 days. 7th day he rested.
Jesse, great. Oh yes, thank you.
That was such an enthusiastic call out of his name.
How's it going, John?
Oh, I'm well, thanks. And yourself?
Oh, not too bad. Just got home from work.
Amazing. Well done. Congrats.
Well, it's only half done. I took the entire dashboard out of an F-250 pickup. Steering wheel and everything.
Yeah, I've seen that before. So something similar. Nice, man. I'm sure he's grateful.
Yeah, he's a nice guy. He got a used pickup, and the prior owner had hooked way too heavy of a electrical device up to one of the wires, and that blew the 20 amp fuse, so he put in a 50 amp fuse or something.
Oh, darn.
Maybe 40. But anyway, and melted a wire through the whole wiring harness.
Yeah.
National savings average. 5 times the
He's in good hands.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, hopefully. Good luck, all the best. If you can't do it, I know some jobs are beyond, I guess. Just gotta get the new, well, I guess a whole new harness.
Yeah, but they don't make them anymore, so it has to be just repaired. The old harness has to be repaired.
Smart, yeah.
He took it to the dealer, and they didn't want to touch it.
Like, step inside. I'll sell you a new one.
Well, they don't have new ones to sell. Oh yeah, new vehicle. That's what they want. Yeah, sell
Yeah,
them a
yeah,
new
yeah.
vehicle.
I like Ford, personally. I like American vehicles, but yeah. But darn, yeah, it's just I just have a strong feeling the one thing the Americans couldn't do, even with the help of the British, is just get to the moon. That was just one bridge too far. But I beg their forgiveness if I'm wrong. I would be definitely very sorry to them. I'd be like, yo, guys, I'm really sorry. Can't blame me. I have to be skeptical. That's the thing. It's such a dangerous line. Like you know, in more than one sense, because it's like a personal thing with the astronaut, and it's also with like a government thing. So it's like double-edged sword. But if it's right, if the whistleblowers or the skeptics are correct, that's a high value, and it's worth the risk. Some people think. Oh wow! Do you think they'll ever do a moon? No, I guess there's no real conspiracy with the moon landing release, so they're not going to do that because there's no controversy. So there'll be no need.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it would be interesting to see if they try to fake like men.
Mars, right? But it won't be
Actually,
during Trump's administration, that's for sure. Oh, go ahead, Gio.
no, I was just saying like men actually going to the moon. If
Oh,
they try to
again?
if they try to fake it again, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to try to go. I know they talked about it for 2016 or 2000. Oh, sorry, 26, 27. But I doubt that's going to happen. If I'm mistaken, I don't mind being proven wrong. I'd rather be
Dude, they would
corrected.
have at least like
Yeah.
at least like 10 stations on the moon by now.
Yeah. Absolutely. It'd be pretty advanced too.
They'd have telescopes.
Bots.
Maybe growing some lettuce.
I would like to do the Robotham experiments on the moon for sure, because there wouldn't be so much refraction from the air.
Yeah.
But do you actually think you go up to that light in the sky and then up becomes down and down becomes up? And you stick to the ceiling? To the relative ceiling of someone else's floor?
Yes.
Is there something called moon sickness yet? Maybe
Do you have
not.
any shots of the Earth from the moon? Like from being on the moon and looking straight up and seeing an Earth that would be roughly 4 times the size of what the moon looks like to us when we're on Earth?
Boy, think of the tides
Doesn't
we'd get
exist.
if we had lakes, if we had oceans on the moon. I guess it's tidally locked, though.
Oh, okay. If I'm not mistaken, this is the theory, right? A meteorite hit Earth, and then the explosion left a trail of, I guess, particulates, and they formed and made the moon. Is that what you guys think?
I was off duty that day. I couldn't say one way or the other.
No.
I think that's the theory, right?
No, there's celestial bodies that are created by light.
Oh yeah. I'm just thinking that what's the current paradigm? If I'm not mistaken, in the time frame, there was a comet or an object that hit Earth, and then the collision left, I guess, all types of debris, and that together coalesced and formed the moon. I was reading about that the other day when we were looking at the moon. Just what the theories are. Why do we have that moon? Where did it come from? One of the theories was that there was a collision that hit the Earth, and then the moon was formed. There was an animation for it though, but that was years ago that I saw. And if I'm not mistaken, it may have contributed to the rotation, right? Just imagine you got a rock there, and then another rock comes, hits it, and gets it spinning, etc. I don't happen to believe that anymore, but it seems interesting. I can see it in my mind. I personally think that with the biblical local sun and moon, the floods of the flood waters actually hit the moon and left the marks, the craters. That's the flood theory.
That's some deep waters, yeah.
Yeah. From the floodgates from above, from the firmament, and from below. I had AI generate an image of it. Pretty interesting. And speaking of that, Jesse, there's a great video by two PhDs that might rewrite the history of the Grand Canyon and the mountains around the world. It was outlined in Genesis Mountains documentary just released. Andrew Snelling and John, another one, PhDs, professor of 30 years, one of them, John. So the theory is the folds in the mountain occurred by sedimentation, cementation, and then folding through many years and immense heat and pressure. And they had a theory. They tested the theory and they found evidence for sedimentation, folding, and then cementation. So a rearrangement of the order. And they have a thin section microscope analysis that they've revealed in the documentary. It's pretty interesting. They have electron and petrographic micron thin section evidence. No evidence of metamorphic change that we would see, like with quartzite, a similar sandstone that went under heat and pressure. So that is, some people think, clear evidence of worldwide flood, of a worldwide flood, because John estimated, if I'm not mistaken, 90% of the world's canyons are underfit with the small water stream or river. So that would back, yeah, you're the younger theory. I think you mentioned that you subscribe to, which is awesome.
That's essentially what Steve Austin, the geologist, was saying about Yellowstone and all that with the Grand Canyon, comparing the two.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's amazing. Fabulous evidence. They went directly to the folds, took them and had them manufactured into thin sections, and even now took a look under the electron microscope, and it showed that the quartz were still tightly packed. So, oh yeah, they had electron and petrographic evidence. It was great.
Are you familiar with Steve Austin, the geologist, and Mount St. Helens?
Oh, yeah, I think he was in the first movie I watched. And it was called "Is Genesis History?"
Yeah, he's got a lot of stuff out there. He does like expeditions to the Grand Canyon, to where you can pay for like a guided tour and they take you down to the bottom and he just shows you the layer where he believes everything happened and it's like flood proof because it's all around the world. You find that layer everywhere.
Oh yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, he's a great scientist and doing a great job, I think, helping people see a different side of things, a different view of history. I would do that for sure. But yeah, I definitely think even more evidence of the flood is the ice wall. So the water maybe that made it to the edge froze because it's so cold on the so-called flat Earth, or on the globe at the bottom.
Oh, where everyone walks on their heads?
Gravity. Gravity. Gravity is really interesting though, because just imagine all the Greeks back then, they were trying to formulate ideas, and I think they came to some reasonable conclusions. Lots of formulas. I definitely want to examine those. But yeah, what a question, eh? Is the world moving? Is the Earth moving? There's lots of evidence out there that they want us to consider.
Like tides?
Pardon me, Jesse, sorry?
Like tides?
Yeah, like tides, seasons. But the question for me though, if we're moving, so I'm often thinking, okay, what type of vehicle are we on? Are we in an enclosed system with walls all around, side one to our left and right, front and back, including the top, like as if we're in a speed bullet train, the maglev? Or are we on a, let's say, an old-fashioned train where we don't have a top? We can see the sky, we can see the stars. In that case, the two experiences contrast. I mean, there's a juxtaposition there. If you take a picture, that is a beautiful example of a juxtaposition. Oh, excuse my A little sleep deprived. So that's why I believe there is evidence of a firmament if we are traveling at 66,000 plus miles around the sun. Which, okay, if there is a container, that means where are the stars? Is the container see-through, or are the stars in the container lid?
I got a question for you.
Okay.
Let's say I had a handful of glass marbles and I wanted them to be attached to the front of my fridge. Would I need some form of containment to get them to stick to the front of my fridge?
Okay, so the fridge is standing upright and you want
Yes.
to attach some marbles. I guess the best way is, apply some adhesive.
Or put them in a bottle and glue the bottle. The point is, something has to hold them there, right?
Yes.
Okay, now let's say I had a handful of spherical magnets. Do they still need a container? Or will they stick to the fridge all by themselves?
Yeah, they should be attracted to and remain there, just like you said.
Exactly.
No, they're rolled down. You said spherical
Oh,
magnets?
Yeah,
They're rolled
but
down.
it's a handful of them. So it forms a blob that sticks to the fridge, and because they're also sticking to each other, they don't roll. Try it. And actually,
No. What?
The surface of the fridge
You're
is
saying that you got spherical magnets against the fridge and they're balls, like ball magnets, and you're saying it stays there?
Well, my fridge has a slightly rough surface, if that helps any. But I said a handful.
How the hell is it staying there?
Well, I did say a handful of spherical
So
magnets.
Magnetism. What do you mean? Magnets stick to the fridge, bro. This ain't groundbreaking
It's a sphere.
stuff.
It's a spherical, like a cylinder. I can imagine if you're standing on its head, it'll be fine. But a sphere? I don't know. I find that I'm surprised by that.
Well, my magnets are stronger than your magnets.
But it's adhering to a surface that it's like,
Yeah, bro. You got Australian magnets, and you got Australian fridges, so that's not helping right out the gate.
Do I have to make a
I
video?
did. We've all got Chinese fridges, okay? Don't worry about that.
Well,
yeah, but you got the Chinese fridges they made for Australia. We got the Chinese fridges they made for America.
Well, think about this. Let's say my ball magnet has two poles, a north and a south, right? Which is what mine have. What do we know about the orientation that it would stick to the fridge surface with? Would it stick at the equator around the magnet, or at a north or south pole to the fridge? Where's the strongest magnetic field on a magnet?
I'm going to assume it's at one of the poles that it's going to choose one. Okay, rightio. I think I can see what's going on now.
It's equal at both poles. So when you take a spherical magnet with two poles and put it against even a perfectly flat surface that it sticks to, a steel surface, one of the poles, it doesn't matter which one of the poles will stick to that surface, and if you try to roll it, that will cause that pole to move away from the surface, which takes force, so that it won't actually roll. Now, if it was a cylindrical bar magnet with north on one end and south on the other end, then you could put it on its side, and then it would roll, like a wheel, kind of.
That's what I was thinking, yeah. I was trying to work out how it's going to stick. But yeah, I guess good explanation there.
But since they're spheres, you can't make them stay on their side like you could a cylinder. They roll right up to north or south against the flat surface.
So what, are you saying that are you going with magnet earth now or something? Or what are you doing?
Well, my point was that in this case, magnetism is acting like a container. Even though there's no actual container going around the magnets holding them there, they're still holding there because there is that attractive force of the magnetism, so it acts like a container.
Thank you. I do believe in the great effect of magnetism, if I'm not mistaken, according to the USGS. The Earth's crust does contain a level of magnetism, or magnetic properties, rather.
Indeed, and if you like take a metal detector out, or even just a big old honkin' magnet in your driveway, depending on where you live, you'll probably even find a bunch of rocks that stick to a magnet. And then if you take those rocks and hold them near a compass, you'll probably find that they're very faintly magnetized.
Very cool. Thank you, Jesse. Yeah, I have a magnetizer and a demagnetizer tool. Those are pretty interesting. But yeah, magnets are just fascinating. And I guess I do believe, Jesse, in the North Pole Magnetic Mountain. I don't know, like, if you believe there's a mountain there. The government
I have a
obviously
perpetual motion machine that involves V-gate magnet tracks.
very nice. I think I've seen a video of one potential idea. Smart.
How deep is the magnetic mountain in the North Pole? Because when I was it near Palmer, or I'll have to look up. I was in Alaska, not all that north, but the direction to the magnetic pole was slanted down almost like 20 degrees from vertical.
Wow.
So, and it was down, not up. So it must be a buried mountain that's below sea level. If it's a magnetic mountain, it's got to be below sea level, not above sea level.
Interesting. Okay.
Because we were building this little remote controlled autonomous 8 foot long unmanned electric drone boat, and we were testing it in a lake there, and we noticed that going one direction, when it got to a certain area in the lake, it would turn around and do 3 circles and then continue on its course, its pre-programmed course. And turned out its compass sensor was messing up. So I got out my phone and measured the direction of the magnetic North Pole, and it was almost straight under my feet, only 20 degrees off from straight under my feet.
Oh, okay, but that's according to the app. Yeah, I can see that.
The app has the app has just was reading the data out of the sensors.
Oh, I
actually
see.
measure the magnetic field in the XYZ direction, so you can use it as a magnetic direction finder.
Okay, thank you. Oh, so Jesse, I will add one caveat to the North Pole Magnetic Mountain. If I'm not mistaken, maybe there's a mountain directly under Polaris, and around that mountain there might be other mountains. So I don't know if it's taller or the tallest. That was just one theory, but
well,
magnetic declination is a thing, and so are like magnetic anomalies and shit. So I don't doubt that.
Alchemy, you have to repeat the last part because it cut off. Thank you. If you don't mind.
Oh, I was just saying there's other explanations, magnetic declination, and then, anomalies too. There's magnetic anomalies in certain places.
Yeah, thank you. Supposedly, there's a lot of mercury in the north. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, man. I'm just thinking, like, we just build a big, we got a flat magnet. Kind of like how Dave Weiss does it with his AE map, and then he's showing how the compass sort of orientates itself to the center. I'm just wondering if you could, just get a big spherical magnet and not a flat magnet, but, I'm just trying to work out how would you sort of, could you move the magnet around, those two objects and look for discrepancies about what we find on the Earth as far as, because Jesse just said that the declination was pointing down into the ground. I'm just wondering, on a globe, would you expect that?
Yeah, I was
Guessing the
discussing
field
that.
sort of. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
Yes, on a globe you would expect that.
course you missed it.
Oh, Jesse, do you think the magnetic field extends like degrees as well into let's say from the core? So we would have a degree of magnetic field, or do you think the magnetic field is like that picture that we see in the internet where it emerges from the north and potentially the south and create this magnetosphere? What do you think?
I'm not sure what the question is, and I'm not sure what picture you're thinking of.
Oh, okay, sorry. So,
take me with the picture and then ask the question, and I'll know what you're thinking about.
Okay, perfect. We'll do.
Thank you.
The magnetism on the globe models a ridiculous thing they got going. It gets crazy when you get lower. Like underneath us is just on the globe is just as crazy as up. They got it hotter than the surface of the sun beneath us. They got magnetism coming from something that doesn't create magnetism.
You mean like liquid, like a liquid magnet? But they say it's a solid, but it's a liquid. They're talking out both ends.
Okay, thank you, Jesse. Do you see the image I posted there? We got the magnetosphere.
Oh.
I guess.
I think obviously I've never gone up there in my personal space probe yet. I haven't even built my personal space probe yet. But I would say that I have done a fair amount of experimentation with high energy particles, well, the low energy kind of high energy particles, low pressures, magnetic fields, and accelerated electrons and ions. And I would say that the northern lights and what we observe with solar flares and the radio signals from the sun and the northern lights do make a lot of sense with this drawing you've provided.
Okay, thank you. Magneto was a pretty interesting character in X-Men. I don't watch movies any longer like that, but when I did, I always thought that was an interesting character.
Oh, he was one of the best ones. That was one of the best superpowers.
Yeah.
You can't beat stopping time though. That is obviously the best one.
Oh, time is priceless. You're right.
I mean, just being able to stop time, you can do anything you want. Even if you're in a wheelchair, like I don't know.
Is time the foundation of everything, you guys? What do you guys think? Without time, what is there?
Bro, wait till we're about to pop. Shit's popping off tomorrow, dude. When I get up, we're going into the Andromeda paradox. I don't know who knows about that or not, but these guys don't even know when now is. Like, no, they like when you start introducing special relativity and shit, you don't even know when's now. You don't even know. It's crazy.
Yeah.